Local Safeway checkout, open to all. The tournaments are in Seattle, Lacey, and Spokane. Register today at championsofchangefoundation.org/pickleball.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here. Let's talk stats. According to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, the state of Washington ranks number 4 in the whole U.S. for the highest concentration of roofers. That's literally thousands of roofers to choose from. So how do you know how to pick the right one for your home? Well, you start by eliminating those who aren't GAF Master Elite certified. That's about 97% of all roofers. So now you're down to the elite 3%. How many have over 35 years of experience? How many utilize the catch-all system to keep yards and driveways clear of any debris? Family-owned with local roots and have the stamp of approval from the Mike Salk household? Well, that leaves you with just one, the roofing company you can trust. That's Riverside Roofing. In a sea of thousands of competitors, Riverside Roofing continues to stand out. And guess what? They have openings this winter for your roof project. So have them out to your house this week. Call them at 425-949-8252 or go to riversideroofingllc.com. They are the roofing company you can trust.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, Buc-ee's has you covered with available financing. For oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance, it's Buc-ee's Complete Auto. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Buc-ee's.com for the location near you.
Discover LeMay, America's Car Museum in Tacoma. Explore 300 world-class cars, 100 years of history, and the Shinka exhibit with 50 iconic Japanese sports cars. Thrilling race simulators and fun for the whole family. Visit americascarmuseum.org.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
Febreze.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze. La 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 la.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Bills extended wide receiver Khalil Shakir today on a 4-year contract extension worth up to $60.2 million per ESPN's Adam Schefter. Shakir led all Bills pass catchers in yards this year with 821 on a team-high 100 targets. Former Bears and Seahawks OC Shane Waldron has a new home. The Jags have hired Waldron as their pass game coordinator under new head coach Liam Cohen.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Bump, I know you live out in Monroe. I don't know if the roads were absolutely insane for you, but when I was driving into work, and I don't know if anyone else experienced this with that windstorm last night, there were giant trees in the road. And I live in Green Lake, so this is close to downtown. We never get hit bad with storms. And it was horrible. It just felt like gross winter, disgusting weather. I didn't like it anyways.
Well, I was just in Vegas where it was 70 degrees, so
oh, well, that's nice.
Imagine coming back to this. But no trees down, more branches than trees.
That's like waking up to a nightmare.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you're like, the dream was better. I say that because when I was driving, I heard a bird, right? Just like like just a little happy bird. And I thought, wow, spring is almost here. Like, I feel excited. I feel like this is like a sign, and it's feeling baseball-y here a little bit.
Does it?
A little bit. Just
I don't
a little.
Feel nothing. It feels like I'm in a storm every day I wake up. It looks like it feels like it. My truck was shaking on the bridge.
Okay.
It don't feel like baseball to me right now.
To be fair, the weather is still awful, so you can't be blamed for that at all. But maybe it's because we've got some great sound from Peoria where Brock and Salk are out there for spring training. Maybe it's because opening day is just over a month away. But maybe it's because of the little tiny bird that I heard. Maybe it's just a little tiny bird that made me feel like it was springtime. But I figured we would start with a couple of Mariners conversations here, just knowing that baseball is almost here. The main question we're going to start with is for the Mariners to play in October, what can happen and what can't happen? What must and what mustn't for this team if we want to see them playing in October? Let's start with one thing that must happen for that.
I think you should start because I think your response is the major one, the one that absolute. I had to go fishing a little bit because I knew what you were going to say. Yeah. I didn't want to say the same thing.
You should have just jumped
so
on it.
I had to go fishing a little bit.
Okay, fair. So I took, again, the one that probably both of us really think, which is what can't happen is injuries. And honestly, you have depth with your rotation, you don't have depth with your infield, and it doesn't matter. You cannot have injuries. You cannot lose a starter. You cannot lose a second baseman, whoever that may be. You're putting all your eggs in the basket of your starting rotation and like Julio and Cal. So losing any combination of those guys makes this something you can't overcome. And you and I have talked a million times about part of the Mariners' approach to this offseason being hopefully everyone has their best year, and then low-key, hopefully everyone stays healthy because we don't have wiggle room here. And so injuries absolutely cannot happen, at least long-term injuries.
When I played at Washington State, we used to play SC every year, obviously. And one time we played them at their house. And the way they set it up is you come out this big tunnel, and they make sure that you're ready to go, and USC walks out first, right? They want to intimidate you and stuff. And there was a chant they used to say, and I loved it. Even when they were saying, I go, oh, man, that's kind of hard, man. They used to come out and just say, we too deep. Hey, we too deep. And I'm looking at them, I go, there's an All-American. There's an All-American.
They're not wrong.
They are deep.
Yeah.
So when it comes to talent, the Mariners are deep when it comes to that rotation. But when it comes to the Julios, the Cals, the position players, you're not that deep.
No,
so
it's who are you?
To support what you said, they have to stay healthy because they aren't that deep. You need some luck on your side. And when teams win championships in any kind of sport, right, you have the skill, you have the coaching, you're prepared, but you also have luck on your side because health is something you just can't control. Sometimes things are going to happen to one of your ballers and you have to adjust. So, yes, injuries have to be on point because they not deep. Not like SC.
No, absolutely not. Feel free to dive into this conversation, you guys, on the Mac and Jack's text line. That number is 866-979-3776. We're going to be keeping our eye out for some of your answers. What can and can't happen for the Mariners in 2025 if they want to play in October? I'm not ready to enter the season going, well, they're just not going to make the playoffs, for who cares? No. What needs to happen? So what's another one for you that you're like, all right, I need to see this, and if I know, like if I were to tell you, let's say on September 1st that this thing happened this year for the Mariners, you'd feel okay betting on them to make the playoffs.
If they win games early, and we're not sitting here saying, oh, it's early. Oh, it's early. I'm tired of saying, oh, it's early.
Me too.
If I have to say it, I'm going to say it because that's going to keep us optimistic and alive when it comes to their chances to make the playoffs. But you can't hit the scene in April and lose 2, 3, 4 series in a row, and the offense isn't going. I don't want to have to make not excuses but real observations about these players and this ball club. I want them to look like, I don't expect them to come out and win 8, 9 games in a row, right? That's not realistic. Maybe it happens, but it's probably not going to happen.
Yeah.
But I want them to look like a team that didn't just wake up from a nap. My son, sometimes I take him to games, I take him to practices, and he naps in the car. And I know if I don't wake him up for a practice at least 30 minutes before we get there, he's going to have a tough practice.
He's not going to be
For
ready.
a game, if I don't wake him up 45 minutes before we get there, he's going to start sluggish. And that's what it looks like sometimes, well, most of the time, in the last 2, 3 seasons with this ball club, is they look sluggish. They look like they just woke up from a nap, and they're trying to figure some things out. Julio's going into his 4th year now? His 4th year? Right?
4th, yeah.
Yeah, 4th year.
God.
Cal's a veteran now. They need to look like professionals, guys who understand how to start quickly.
I'm going to build off of that. We had Jason Churchill on with, I think his last appearance on with us, he mentioned this. He was like, if you were to look at average, right, for the season, I know it's not a good stat, but if you were to look at average or like, let's say OPS, the Mariners were one of the worst teams last year. But another team that struggled was in the bottom third in those categories were the Cleveland Guardians. The Cleveland Guardians were not an elite offense. And so, it's easy to, look at those final stats and go, oh, well, I mean, the Guardians were a solid team. They won 92 games. And, they have stats that are somewhat similar. Some of their stats are somewhat similar to the Seattle Mariners. And he said, but the difference is they had, I think, 7 more wins or so than the Mariners because they were consistently fine. Like, they didn't have horrific stretches and then big runs. Because when you do that, you end up having like Julio's final stat line. Julio's final stat line looks solid. It really does. He ended up with, I think, the highest average on the team, the best looking stat line on the team. Would anyone say that he had a great year? No. Because all of that success came in kind of a concentrated block of time.
A little cluster.
And it ended up costing you a couple wins earlier. So the Guardians, even though they didn't blow teams out of the water offensively, were consistent enough to get those wins in the spring, to get the wins they needed early, to where they didn't need to rack up a ton of wins and rack up a ton of offense late and barely miss the playoffs.
But that's what decent teams do.
Yeah.
Is that you don't go through these massive dips. There are going to be highs and lows throughout a season. Every team, every sport is going to happen. But it can't be the lows of the lows. And I will take the highs of the highs, though. But it can't be the lows of the lows. And we saw that. And honestly, it starts at the beginning of the season. I think it goes back to support what I just said. Is like, look, you can't dig yourself and put yourself in a hole this early. I don't expect you to come out and have the division lead throughout the duration of the season. We know the teams that are in this division and their capabilities, but you can't look like a team that can't sniff the playoffs and then hope that you're able to put together 2 to 3 months towards the end of the year to where you just get hot. Has it happened before? It has. We've seen this happen before. What were they, like 17-1 one time when I first started coming to the show with you? Like, it was crazy. But you can't rely on that. The good teams find a way to battle through their tough times. That's what they need to do. Another thing that needs to happen, JP didn't look like the guy that we saw a couple years ago when he went to drive line and had all that power going. And everyone's talking about sending their guys to drive line. And I felt so comfortable with JP at that leadoff spot because I felt like, look, he's going to get on base. He's going to do his little celebration where he shows the grill, and he's going to set the tone for this team. Last year, he didn't do that very often. So you need a guy like JP. We talk about Cal. We talk about Julio and Robles or Rosarena. Naturally, defensively, JP was solid. Offensively, we need to see him from a couple years ago.
I have a couple listener answers. So what must or mustn't happen for the Mariners to be playing in October? Unsurprisingly, we have a couple people saying what must happen? You need Julio to be part of the MVP conversation. Julio can't just be good. He can't. Julio can't just be fine. Julio needs to be exceptional. And I would tack on the outfield needs to be exceptional. Robles needs to look like you thought he would. A Rosarena needs to have some hot stretches. Like, you need to have the outfield so outperform their lows to balance all of the questions that you have about your infield. You know what I mean? Like, you might have a stretch in your lineup for a couple of games where it's like, oh, 1 hit for this stretch of 5 guys. That's just how it's going to be. So you're going to need Julio to have an exceptional season and, to your point, to have that start early. 509 says, what must happen? Win a higher percentage of 1 to 2 run games. If your formula is going to be our offense can do just barely enough, but our pitching is so good, well, so good for the pitching might be limiting a team to 2. Can you get 3? You don't need to get 5. Can you get 3?
Remember a couple of years ago, they were the best in the game at winning those close ones. And for some reason, it just didn't click. Yeah, they're going to be close games because your pitching is going to give you a chance more often than not. 80% of the time, you're going to go into the 6th, 7th, 8th, and you're going to look at the scoreboard and say, we have a chance to be in this ball game. So now you need your clutch numbers up. You need your clutch hits to be up. We need Julio to come through clutch. We need Cal to continue to be clutch. But you also need those wild cards to have their moments as well. You need your Demos to have his moment. You need your Donovans to have their moment as well. You don't want to rely on the bottom of the order, but you're going to need the bottom of the order at some point. You're going to need them to come up with a clutch hit. That grand slam you talked about yesterday from Demo. Those things got to be sprinkled in. It can't be something that you necessarily depend on, but every now and then, it's a team sport because you're going to have to lean on somebody one night and lean on somebody else the other night. So clutch moments in these tight ball games because you know you're going to have some.
When you think of, so I'm going away from Seattle for this last one. When you think of the championship teams you've watched, Dodgers, Lakers, those two teams at their best have had a ton of star power, right? They've never been teams that for long stretches haven't had that. But for either of those teams that you can think of, was there ever someone that you were like, I did not see this guy coming? Like you can't tell the story of like this Lakers championship or that Dodgers World Series without saying, oh, and then this dude ended up being a factor.
Yeah, I mean, I'd go back and be guys like Trevor Ariza.
Just like a random,
who's a good ball player, but not a guy that you're gonna rely on to have these moments. And he would lock down the wing defenders and come up with a clutch 3-pointer. Guys like Devin George back in the day with the LA Lakers. So you need role players to step up and do their thing, man. And that's what's fun too when you see role players have their moments. And you see the way the stars respond to them. Then they start feeding them like, oh, he's hot. Let's go and give him the rock.
Yeah.
So it's a great feeling for a team because it takes pressure off the stars, but then it allows the stars to kind of work their way back into the groove if they're struggling a little bit. So role players stand up, man.
Yeah.
Role players need love too.
And that's what I think this team is going to need. You're going to need a role player to be a surprise contributor, like a for real one.
Yeah.
I don't know if that means, you have a minor leaguer or a prospect that debuts late and ends up being, a massive help. I don't know if it means you lose a starter and let's say Hancock steps up and he fills that role. Like whatever, maybe someone in the bullpen you weren't expecting. I think if we can think of championship teams we've watched from any sport, there was always a surprise. There was always someone that was a safety net that we didn't see where it's like, oh, Dylan Moore actually ended up being a really, really great utility guy, or he stepped up. And sometimes that's their career high. That's their best. You know what I mean? That was it for them, and then they don't hit that total again. But this team has to your original point, so little depth with the offense that you need someone to outperform any expectation you had for them.
How about this from the 360? I like this one. Don't blow a 10-game lead.
Massive.
Don't blow
Honestly.
a 10-game lead.
Yes.
Man.
Yeah.
It's almost like we forgot about that. The way the season ended.
I tried.
Right? It's almost like we forgot about this 10-game lead, and it was blown.
Yeah. We have, let's see, imagine 3 guys hitting over 300. That's actually a pretty exceptional group. I think if you get the bulk of guys hitting, above 260, like if you get guys close to 300 and then maybe you have 1 or 2 over, that's solid.
Yeah, it should be all right.
Yeah. All right. Anyways, we're not done with the Mariners. Obviously, we've got a ton of sound from spring training. New Mariners hitting coach Kevin Seitzer talks about keeping it simple coming up in 15 minutes. Right now, let's get to headline rewrites.
Extra, extra, read all about it.
Headline rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news with Bump and Stacy.
Headline number 1, Falcons GM Terry Fontenot says his team is comfortable keeping Kirk Cousins as their backup quarterback in 2025. What's the real headline?
If I spent $100 million on a car I couldn't return, I'd be okay keeping it in my garage too.
Yeah, nobody picking up that contract.
No.
Kirk is old out there. The Achilles 1 year, was shoulder this year. And why wouldn't you want to have a veteran that you've already paid as your backup quarterback? I think Michael Penix is going to be just fine in this league. Showed glimpses of his potential last year. But if something were to happen to Michael Penix, you want to be able to have a guy waiting on the sidelines who knows your offense, who can run it, and keep you competitive. Of course, and caveat is no one's going to pick up that contract. So you are stuck with Kirk Cousins, man, unless something drastic happens in this league where multiple quarterbacks go down and teams who are contenders are desperate, you're going to have to just sit with Kirk Cousins. And here's the thing, too. Kirk is the perfect mentor because He's going to pat Michael Penix on the back. He's going to feed him all this knowledge. One of the nicest guys you've seen or met in the league. He's not going to be sitting on the sideline with an attitude talking about I should be playing. He's paid. He's been in the league a long time.
He's godly.
Yeah, exactly. This is the perfect situation for Michael Penix in Atlanta.
Okay.
But they got to pay for it.
So very related. This is a stupid premise, but ignore the price tag attached to Kirk, which by itself makes it like a bad quarterback situation. If you just think of the man in the room with Penix, is it one of the best backup situations in the league?
I would say so. I mean,
I would too.
Just off the top, I got to go back and look at other backups there, but I can't think of any other situation where you have a guy who's won a lot of ball games in this league as your backup.
I agree.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 2, The Athletic's Diana Rossini reports the Packers were the team that requested the ban on the tush push. What's the real headline?
Oh, so the team that lost to the Eagles in the playoffs wants to ban the play that worked against them. Okay, cool. Just resetting that headline to make sure I understand.
This almost feels like with my cousins, right? We used to hang out and we'd be at each other's house all day. And then it's coming down to, okay, it's time to leave, but you want to stay the night. You send your favorite cousin to go ask your mom to stay the night. Like, you ask if you can stay the night. If I ask, she's going to say no. But if you ask, she might say yes. And they're like, okay, let's do that. The Packers are the cousins of the NFL. Everyone say, you go ask them. The Packers, great organization, right? You got LaFleur over there. You guys lost to him. You guys go ask them because it might sound better and they might listen to you if you ask about this, and we'll just join you, all right? You get into the forefront. Everybody who has played against Philly wants this play banned, or at least they don't like it. They don't think it's fair, and they have reasons for that. I'm going to talk about it a little more on 4 Down, and there are numbers to support why they want this banned. But then there is just the ego of being a coach, a ball player out there, and sacrificing yourself to try to get this done physically. That's what I think the angle should be, not let's just get rid of the play. When's the last time a play has been eliminated from football?
Just because it worked.
Yeah.
Like, again, and it is an incredibly high percentage successful play, but it only works in certain situations. They're not 1st and 10 tush push from midfield. It's
yardage.
1st and goal tush push from the 2. And so stop them from getting there in the first place. But also, to your point about no injuries, and also there's no rule that inherently benefits the Eagles. It's not like, oh, you can only draft offensive linemen from this area, and then that benefits Philadelphia. Or you can only, there is nothing about the play itself that inherently benefits one team over the other. Absolutely nothing.
It is better at it. It is nice.
Headline rewrites.
Headline 3, Luka Doncic and the Lakers face the Mavericks tonight for the first time since he was traded to L.A. What's the real headline?
Meanwhile, Anthony Davis will not be facing the Lakers for the first time, but who can say who's winning this trade?
I mean, it's anybody's choice right now.
Hey, we winning right now. Can't even front. I didn't think it would happen this quickly. 4 games in, Luka dropped 27. I didn't think not this quickly.
Who could have seen this coming?
It's because the way they're playing ball. It's small ball, and it's fast. It's up and down the court. But once you get into the playoffs, you have to be able to go big, and they don't have that right now. Well, we've seen other teams do it, right? The Warriors played small ball and got it done, yet they had 2 of the greatest shooters of all time. It looks good right now, and it's happening a lot faster than I thought it would, but I'm still concerned about their size when you get into the playoffs. If you get into the playoffs, they're number 4, 4th in the West right now.
I was going to say, what's their playoff situation right now? Like, what do they need to happen to actually...
They're leading their division.
They're 4th in the West right now. I mean, the playoffs started today. They'll be good.
Okay. How have you liked the addition of Luka so far? Obviously, it's great, but like I know that you're a little more critical about like, yeah, he's a star, but let's talk about fit.
No, it's been good. I think he needs the ball. He has the ball. He's been the ball handler. I think that's going to help LeBron. Save some years. He might play 1 or 2 more years if he doesn't have to bring the ball up the court every single possession like he has in the past. So, no, I think it's good. You have another shooter, a great option, a one-on-one type of dude. It's all about taking pressure off of LeBron, and that's exactly what Luka's done so far.
Can I ask you a weird LeBron question? Do you remember, this was closer to like an All-Star break type conversation, but people were like, LeBron ruined All-Star games. He ruined the All-Star break. LeBron is, I was going to ask you if you agree. Like, LeBron simultaneously, one of the best players we have ever seen. But does he have, it's like a conversation about social media. Is it overall a negative effect?
His effect on All-Star Weekend, yeah. I remember it was like 2008 or 9. He told Cheryl Miller that he was going to do the dunk contest the following years when I think Jay Richardson was going crazy. And then he didn't do it. So he was like the first superstar since the dunk contest had been created that didn't compete in it. You had Jordan, you had Kobe. I mean, the guys of the league competed, and he didn't do that. And then this past weekend, or a couple weekends ago, he doesn't play in the All-Star game, and he tells the powers that be, like hours before the game, that he's not going to play. He's been in the league 20, 21 years. He can move differently. He's one of the greatest of all time. But people follow his lead. So him not participating in the dunk contest, superstars like, well, I'm not going to do it. And then just the way he handled this past week or a couple weeks ago with his announcement that he's not playing the All-Star game, that might have an effect too. So it's the shine is gone off All-Star Weekend.
Yeah, and I had heard that being a conversation and meant to ask you about that with I know that obviously he's one of the greatest, but is there truth to that? It's very interesting. All right, you guys, we are sticking with the Mariners. New Mariners hitting coach Kevin Seitzer sat down with Brock and Salk this morning out in Peoria at spring training, talking about keeping it simple. That's coming your way next.
Blue 88 on Brock and Salk.
Brock, what is your bold prediction for the Seahawks this year?
Every day at 7:45.
I was looking at the numbers defensively when it was all said and done. Finished in the top 15 in your major categories. I think year 2 with more time on task. Year 2 with a couple additional pieces. Year 2 with everybody basically coming back defensively and hopefully adding a difference maker third corner. This could be a top 5 defense in the league.
Blue 88, answering 3 football questions as only Brock Huard can.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
It's the granddaddy of them all, the Seattle RV Show, March 6th through 9 at Lumen Field Event Center. Hundreds of new models, over 1,000 floor plan options from over 50 manufacturers. It's your best chance to save all year. Tickets at SeattleRVShow.com, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
The wait is over. Hey, it's your old pal, the Garage here. Inviting you to come celebrate the grand reopening of Jackson Park's driving range. They are throwing a party and everyone is invited. They'll have new range balls, mats and targets, music on the range, and face painting for the kids, so bring the whole family. Free Top Tracer all weekend long as well. That's right. Free Top Tracer all weekend long as well. How about free 10-minute lessons after 2 p.m., food specials, and of course, plenty to drink. All day Saturday, the grand reopening of Jackson Park's spanking new driving range.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers. T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Ladies, and you guys too, have you noticed visible signs of aging, those deep wrinkles, fine lines, and facial creases stealing your youthful glow? Sagging skin, crow's feet, and loss of facial contour are all natural effects of aging, but you no longer have to let them define your appearance. Introducing the new Skin Lift, the groundbreaking facelift led by Dr. Brian Scott. The advanced new Skin Lift addresses key signs of facial aging for women and men, restoring natural youthful contours. Whether it's it's replenishing volume lost over time or lifting the skin to smooth out those creases, the new Skin Lift can help you look 10 to 20 years younger with both surgical and non-surgical options. It's Hollywood's best-kept secret and now available to you. Get a free consultation and save $250 off your new skin facelift. Schedule at newskinlift.com or 206-222-1225. Look 10 to 20 years younger and restore your youthful appearance with the new skin facelift. newskinlift.com.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Have you considered surgery or even joint replacement? Hey, it's Dave Wyman, and before you make that decision, see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Why? Because he gives it to you straight. Dr. Wagner said my right knee needs replacement, and I appreciate his honesty and expertise. My left knee is fine right now, but the minute it isn't, I'm heading to Dr. Wagner for his expert opinion. I want to avoid another surgery, and I've heard so many patients rave about results from their 90-minute outpatient stem cell procedure with Dr. Wagner. He's a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience and has performed more than 20,000 stem cell procedures using a person's own stem cells to regenerate cartilage in their own joints. People with severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone, are back doing what they enjoy without pain and without surgery. Whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before choosing surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Go to drmarkwagnermd.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
We heard from new Mariners hitting coach Kevin Seitzer, who was on with Brock and Salk out at spring training. The guys are there live, obviously, during Cactus League play. And Kevin talked about his approach to hitting and obviously some of those elephant in the room type questions about, like, you guys didn't add a lot. How are these guys going to get better? How can Julio start faster? Can JP get back to his old self? What's going on here, Kevin? Give us all the answers. So let's take a listen at some of what he had to say. This was Kevin talking about the interview process, figuring out whether not just he's a fit for the team, but whether he and Edgar were aligned.
You know, they're asking me questions, and so, you know, I'm just shooting from my heart, and this is who I am, and it's like, if this ain't what you're looking for, this ain't the right fit.
Right.
And so as the interview unfolded, Edgar's making comments, responses to what I'm saying, and I'm like, son of a buck, he thinks exactly the same way I do. And it was like, he's really, I mean, gap to gap, stay in the middle of the field, don't try and do too much, don't try and go deep, don't get big. We're just going to let homers happen and not force it, and two-strike approach and grinding, situational hitting. It's critical, got to do it. And I'm like, oh, my gosh, this is perfect.
Son of a buck. Bump, how important is it to be philosophically aligned with the guys you're coaching with?
It's extremely important. It kills any type of well, there's going to be some type of conflict, and conflict ain't always bad, right? It's just, or what did you mean here? This is what I meant. Okay, let's meet in the middle and figure something out. But there's less of that when you are on the same page. There's always going to be tweaks to stuff.
Yeah.
You can go into a season with, all right, this is how we want to attack the game, this pitcher, this situation. And as the season evolves, you look at your players, what you have, their strengths and their weaknesses, and you change some things, and it's easier to go through that process with someone who has a similar starting point that you have. So no, I think that is that's vital. You look at any coaching staff that is extremely close and that has success on the football, baseball, soccer, basketball court with their players, they have to be aligned. No one's 100% aligned. There's always some things that you might want to tweak or you see differently than your homie. But, no, that's a great starting point, and that's what it is. It's just a starting point because we got a lot of season in front of us.
A lot of season, and one of the hopes that both you, I, and every single Mariners fan has for the season is that Julio gets off to a faster start, right? So what we all want to know is, like, well, what's the plan? How are you approaching this?
You know, it's just going to continue. My focus is continue to build off the path, the direction that Edgar put him on at the end of the season because he finished really strong. He's been a swing guy, he's been a chase guy, but he's also been a damage guy. And so there's good and the bad. And what I've found, all the young kids that came up, the Acuñas, Albies, Rileys, those guys, Michael Harris, that as they came through the system, they had their adjustment issues that they had to make to big league pitching. And when he came up crashing on the scene, all of a sudden pitchers start making adjustments. Sometimes hitters can try and make the wrong adjustments in order to be ready to hit what they're trying to do to you. And I feel like what Edgar did with him is really get him locked in on a consistent approach and plan to where he was staying in the middle of the field.
You know, Bump, maybe you can count me as someone willing to buy into and drink the Kool-Aid the Mariners are selling early, but there is part of me wondering if Edgar can have a connection, if Kevin can have a connection that maybe wasn't there with Julio, because he has so much talent. And we see the talent. It's not like it has yet to show up and we're like, oh, they can tap into something special. It's like it's there. It's there in May. It's there in June. It's there in August. There's something not clicking in April. And I don't think it's just, oh, it's cold.
No, it's that plays a factor a little bit.
Sure.
Obviously, right? He's from an island, tropical dude, right? And when I first moved to Washington, the winter jacked me up. I wasn't ready for this. Didn't have a jacket. I wasn't
playing in snow
ready.
for the first time.
Right, exactly. So here's the thing. You can't ignore what Julio did towards the end of the season.
Sure.
And you also can't ignore the factors that were there. You get Edgar in here, Dan Wilson. The weather is better. And, Edgar's speaking his language. Man, there's no way you're not going to listen to one of the greatest hitters of all time when he gives you something. And it's all about having that foundation. It's swing thoughts. All my golfers can get with me on this. Swing thoughts. Like, what feel am I looking for? What key words or feels am I trying to ingrain in my brain so that when I get up there, it's automatic? Now, a little different with baseball because you're reacting to the ball. It's not stationary. But I would imagine there are some similarities when it comes to your swing thoughts and your reminders. Like when I watch Julio, the first thing I always see is how he starts tucking that right elbow before he swings, right? That's a swing thought. That's a feel that he's going through, that he's processing. What did Edgar say or do with him that allowed him to tap back into that? Naturally, most of it is him because he's Julio Rodriguez. He's gotten here for a reason, right? He's worked with his dad and everyone else in the Dominican to get to this point. But then there are always those coaches or mentors that take you a bit further. Like when I coach my kids, I played soccer growing up, but at some point I look at my 14-year-old, I go, I've taken you as far as I can now. Like I need you to talk to this guy who played international soccer, who played in the MLS, and he's going to be able to give you something that I just can't give you. And I think that's probably what we saw when Edgar joined the squad. But you have to give most of the credit to Julio, and I think Edgar would do the same because he is the talent. Great coaches just give you little reminders, and you tap back in every now and then, and things start to work.
The analogy I immediately thought of when you mentioned that is like, should I have a kid, there's going to be a moment where I go, I can't help you with math homework anymore. I just can't. Like at this point, you're better than me.
Yeah.
You got to figure those numbers and whatever signs are there out because I can't tell you what that sign is. It looks like a check to me. Do you think that there's a factor here that is purely mental that is just going to be on Julio's shoulders to unburden himself with? Because I think of, you heard Kevin mention Ronald Acuña Jr., a couple other guys, and I think those guys might be the best on their team, but they've had pieces around them to take some of that pressure off. Julio does in theory with like Cal, who hits a lot of home runs, or JP, who's a team leader. But make no mistake, everyone's looking at Julio as like, you got to save us.
Yeah, Julio knows. He's got a no-fly zone in the outfield.
Right.
He's on these commercials. I haven't seen Cal on a commercial yet.
No.
I ain't seen Logan. I ain't seen George.
Right.
It's Julio Rodriguez. And he understands that. And the great ones embrace it. but also the great ones stress about it as well. I was watching Gold Court, is that what it is, on Netflix, about the U.S. Olympics basketball team from the past summer. And I'm listening to Steph Curry talk about that moment he had against France in the finals where he's going off. And he says, look, it's not like, actually it was the Serbia game when they were down like 14 with 10 minutes left. He goes, it's not like you don't feel the pressure. It's not like you don't understand what's going on. It's not like you don't think to yourself, dang, we are struggling and we could lose this ball game. It's about, look, what do I have to do to push through this? All right. What steps do I take to get myself back in a groove? And then hopefully my teammates are going to be able to hop on and join the ride. I think that's what you master over years. Steph Curry did not enter the league and was just the guy he was. We knew he can shoot. He had ankle injuries. He was thin, looked like a little baby out there. As he matured, right, he starts to develop his process and understands how to get through things. That's what Julio's working on right now. The talent is there. Everyone we speak to, when they talk about Julio, it is he could be one of the best in the game. He could be one of the best in the game. The most hate he gets is here in Seattle by the fans because they're saying you paid him too early. And it's like, I understand where you're coming from because you're here, you see him every day, and you want more out of him. But everyone else around the country thinks he has it in him. So it's about developing that and cultivating that, man. And sometimes it happens quickly with players. Sometimes it takes a while. And sometimes people never reach that potential. Me personally, I think Julio is knocking on the door if he can start early. That's the one thing we're waiting on.
Yeah.
Start early and then just be consistent.
It's hard not to think it's mental. When you know that someone has the tools and is able to access them at some point, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's hard not to think, like, what mental hurdle is in the way? And some other factors, right? Playing in the cold is hard. You know, you're warming up into the season again. But it's interesting. I've never been an elite athlete, unlike you. And so I just assume, well, I'm built different. Like, I just assume, or rather they are. Like, in my mind, I haven't watched the documentary yet. Curtis has already recommended it a couple times.
It's awesome.
I knew that you two would love it. I'm like, I need to catch up with these guys. But I would just assume it's like Mamba mentality. I would think, well, what separates someone like me from someone who's an elite athlete, in addition to physical gifts, must be that they think differently. Like, I'm racked with anxiety all the time. Surely someone like Curry, surely someone like Kobe, like their mind doesn't feel that. But you think it does?
I think they feel it. I think they just manage it differently. They manage it. Some people feel it. I used to be in the huddle, third and whatever, we need this, and we're going on this drive. And I'm looking at some of our options, and they don't look like they want the football. And these are good players, but they don't want the football. And I'm not just tapping myself on the shoulder, but I used to be like, man, throw me that thing up. If there's two guys around me, I don't care, just throw it up.
Did it take you a minute to get there?
Nah, you have to be delusional as an athlete. The greats are delusional. You're just like, look, I'm going to make every single play. It doesn't matter. And I think that's what Julio needs to tap into, and maybe a guy like Edgar can help him do that.
I love that thought. We might get back to some stuff from Kevin. There's some stuff we didn't get to about working with Edgar and about some of their philosophy. But we got to jump to the Seahawks here. Another reason number 18 could be an offensive line pick for Seattle. That's next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
I think you play as long as you still love it.
You of anybody would be on board with that. You've talked about it a million times. It's no good on the outside, and you were trying to make a comeback at 40. And
except for this show, I wouldn't leave, seeing Matt and Mike every day. I mean,
it's really what brings joy to you every day, those two.
Even if a team came calling right now, theoretically, said, Wyman, we want you.
You're trying to kill me, right?
Yeah, you got one play in me, and I'm going on IR for the rest of the season.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
What if your limited inventory had unlimited potential? What if your biggest risk was not taking one? What if you could make every move matter? Bank of America's Business Solutions can help bring your biggest what-ifs within reach. Find out how our digital tools, cutting-edge insights, and trusted expertise can work for your business. What would you like the power to do? Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
Whether you're tinkering in your garage or tackling big projects, if you know the value of working with your hands, you know Harbor Freight. And you can be confident knowing that at Harbor Freight, you can get quality tools at prices that work just as hard as you do. Because the only thing more satisfying than a job well done is a job well done, well under budget. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Hey, Brock Huard here from my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen, and PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request that complimentary design and estimate consultation today at 206-992-0364, 206-992-0364, or project ideas, explore photos at PCFgroup.com, PCFgroup.com.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, don't neglect maintenance on your vehicle. Keep it safe. At Bucky's Complete Auto, we have you covered with available financing. For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto has been servicing and repairing cars and trucks with modern-day technology and good old-fashioned customer service. There's a Bucky's just about everywhere for oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Bucky's.com for the location near you. 4 down territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bumpin' Stacy.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
The Gene Simmons Band, live Tuesday, April 8th at Muckleshoot Event Center. He's the God of Thunder. He's gonna rock and roll all night and bring you an unforgettable night of head-banging rock and roll. Get tickets now at muckleshootcasino.com. The Gene Simmons Band, only at Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
Have you considered surgery or even joint replacement? Hey, it's Dave Wyman, and before you make that decision, see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Why? Because he gives it to you straight. Dr. Wagner said my right knee needs replacement, and I appreciate his honesty and expertise. My left knee is fine right now, but the minute it isn't, I'm heading to Dr. Wagner for his expert opinion. I want to avoid another surgery, and I've heard so many patients rave about results from their 90-minute outpatient stem cell procedure with Dr. Wagner. He's a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience and has performed more than 20,000 stem cell procedures using a person's own stem cells to regenerate cartilage in their own joints. People with severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone, are back doing what they enjoy without pain and without surgery. Whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before choosing surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Go to drmarkwagnermd.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Coming up in 15, Brock Huard's joining us live from Peoria. Brock and Salk out there for spring training. Before we get to it, a quick Seahawks conversation. Frank Schwab was on with Wyman and Bob yesterday, and he said, look, I'll be honest, It is going to be hard for the Seahawks to address the offensive line in free agency. Why?
The bad part is they don't really have the cap space to really attack it because everybody has offensive line issues, except, again, the Lions don't, the Eagles don't, maybe a couple other teams. Everybody else is looking for offensive line, and the good ones get snapped up really, really quick at a high price. So I don't know what they do. I don't know if this is a draft where Seahawks hit offensive line hard and try to fix it that way. They could. I mean, it's a pretty good draft for offensive linemen, but yeah, it's just funny to me that, every year, whenever I write any of these off-season preview type of deals or if team needs or even season preview stuff, I always mention, hey, the Seahawks still have a deficiency on the offensive line. It's never really changed that way.
All right, there are not a ton of great free agent offensive linemen available. The Seahawks don't have a ton of cap space, and a lot of teams are looking for offensive line help, making for a tough market. Bump, does this give Schneider even more incentive to pick a lineman at 18?
I'm listening to him speak, right? Mm-hmm. And he's mentioning like all the negatives. Like, listen, the draft ain't deep. Everyone's looking for offensive linemen. Free agent ain't out there. And it reminds me of, I forgot what movie this is from. Maybe one of the listeners will know, one of my brothers out there. It's DMX is in this movie, and he said, when it rains, dudes get wet. It's like, no, you know what? we talk. How often have we talked about offensive linemen being the hardest position to fill?
Yeah.
Because you cannot find these mammoths walking down East Lake Avenue. 310. You're not going to see that. Okay. So I'm listening to him, nodding my head. I go, yeah, that's every year, man. It's so hard to find offensive linemen. But now you compound the situation because you don't have the cap space that other teams have. There are things that you can do to relieve that stress. We've talked about it over the last few weeks. There are some names that you could move around, maybe restructure here, get rid of a name there, and you create some cap space. It's going to happen. The same team is not coming back. So who do you value the most? What I don't like about this is because there isn't that much talent in this draft when it comes to offensive linemen, the great ones or the good ones are going to get picked up fairly quickly. And sitting at 18, it's not a great position to pick up the best offensive lineman you got out there. So what do you do? Do you wait? Do you push things back and try to find someone on the back end? Or are you aggressive in free agency? One of the two needs to happen. You can not be aggressive in free agency and not be aggressive in the draft when it comes to this position and then expect to find a gem in the later rounds. It's a possibility. You can do that. But I wouldn't lean on that. One of the two have to happen. Be aggressive in free agency or go and get you a guy at 18 or try to move up or do something to get the guy that you want.
I agree. It reminds me of John Schneider's last John Schneider show with Wyman and Bob. He said, you can't always throw money at a problem. It's easy to think you can, but it's not always like the best solution or a very effective one at all. And then Ray Roberts, in a separate conversation with Wyman and Bob, was like, well, sometimes you got to do something just because you haven't tried it or because other things haven't worked. Mm-hmm. Like you might have a philosophy of, I don't do X, Y, and Z. But if everything else isn't working for you, maybe you should try this. Like if you're someone, I don't do low-carb diets. If nothing else is working for you and you're desperate to lose weight, maybe you try that approach. And like that's a stupid analogy, but the point is that Ray is just saying, maybe you try this. And I agree with you. Like so far, the Seahawks have not invested a ton of draft capital and have gone kind of cheap with maybe older veterans, especially in free agency. That's been the approach, with few exceptions. Trading for Dwayne Brown was one exception. Taking Charles Cross at number 9 was an exception. Both tackles, though, right? You haven't made a lot of exceptions for guard. Number 18, taking a guard, would be an exception.
It would be an exception. And I think there are some things that you don't do in the draft, right? You don't draft running backs within the top 10. I'm seeing mocks where there's 2 going in the top 12. So there might be a twist there. Another thing is you for dang sure don't draft no punters high, kickers high. And you stay away from the guards because people feel like guards are, if you're going to narrow down a position to where they're easier to find, it's going to be a guard. They're usually the smaller, more athletic type of guys. The big 6'6" tackles are the ones that you're looking for. They just have to stick with their plan. And last year we learned that they might be placing more value just on the best available player. So that's why I look at the 18 spot. If they don't move up, they might get a defensive guy. Mm-hmm. They might get a wideout or something like that. Imagine they got another wideout. People would lose their minds right now. But
But
it's
it fits
all
with
about
John's philosophy.
it's all about your approach.
Yeah.
If that's how you're going to attack the situation, then I understand that. Even if I don't agree with it, I understand it. If I'm the Seahawks, I'm trying to move up. If I feel like my offensive lineman isn't going to be there, or I am going to be aggressive in free agency and then just pick the best player at 18. If you do pick the best player at 18, you got to be aggressive in free agency.
Frank added that almost every team has offensive line issues, but this is why he thinks the Seahawks O-line issues are magnified.
There's a lot of teams out there that need a better offensive line play, have a few holes here or there. But just the persistence of the Seahawks in not figuring this out, it sets them apart a little bit, because it just does seem like it's been 10 years. When every single offseason, what's the question with the Seahawks? Oh, they got to fix the offensive line. And it's never really happened. Other teams kind of ebb and flow with it, like, oh, the line was good for 3-4 years. Now there's holes because this guy got hurt and this guy signed elsewhere and blah, blah, blah. It just seems with the Seahawks is just a never-ending story.
It's a really good point. I mean, if John Schneider was in front of us right now saying, hey, there's like 3 good offensive lines in the league, I think a natural follow-up would be, but when have you guys been one of them?
Mm-hmm.
And it's not easy. I don't want, nor am I qualified for John Schneider's job. I don't know how to build up this offensive line, but Frank's right. One of the reasons it feels so repetitive for Seahawks fans is because it has been for a decade plus.
Yeah, that's something that everyone's been waiting to see since, 2005. We have the greatest Seahawks offensive line of all time. And you've had some decent ones, but you've never really been able to tap back into that. And which is kind of frustrating, because will you ever be able to tap into that with 2 Hall of Famers on the offensive line? Probably not. But can you get an offensive line to where you have a couple Pro Bowlers and maybe an All-Pro one year?
Can you be 13th?
That's more realistic, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's what people are asking for. I don't think they're asking for too much, but I also think some might not realize just how difficult it is. You look at Philly and what they did over there. Why can't you do that? I don't know. Different leadership, different views and philosophies, and maybe John has to sit down with them over there and pick their brains, but they're not going to give you too much in the same conference. So you have to do a bunch of film study. You have to lean on your offensive coordinator, your O-line coach, your scouts, and just put together the right formula, get that right chemistry, and hope it works out. But I'm not asking for one of the greatest O-lines of all time. Give me like 15. Give me like top 15 in the league. And if Geno had that last year, I think this is a playoff team.
C's get degrees.
They do.
And we'll take that with this offensive line. Brock Huard joins us live from Peoria next.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
We are now speaking with the architect of your Seattle Seahawks.
How we doing, football fans? With Seahawks President of Football Operations and General Manager John Schneider.
My job is to do what's best for the Seattle Seahawks organization. I have to keep wrapping my mind around that and trying to communicate effectively.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
What's the standard the Seahawks defense needs to be held to under Mike McDonald?
The John Schneider Show.
Brought to you by Pizza Hut.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Hello. Welcome to the Lee Johnson Auto family. This is King. This organization's a special one. They call it the Lee Johnson Auto family, and it's not just a name. It's not just some cliche. They foster an environment for us to become a family, to work together, to really become close, and they show us in a lot of different ways that they do value us. Is it perfect? No place is. But I've been very thankful to be here in the almost 10 years and have every plan to stay here for a lot longer and just watch it continue to grow.
He's fun and professional, which explains why so many people visiting Lee Johnson Kia ask for him by name. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Jason Rance here with our local tax expert and advocate, Greg Nunn from Nunn Better Tax Resolution. So, Greg, not all tax resolution companies are the same. There are some that are definitely not local. There are others that don't quite know what they're doing even.
Well, I tell you, these ads that all of us hear, Fresh Start program, they make you feel like, hey, man, I can just easy peasy get my taxes written off. No. And I've had several clients actually come to me after going through that process, and they just get no response after a while. They're passed around from person to person. That doesn't happen at my firm.
You are familiar with the cases that come in. You're working on them.
I'm familiar with every case that comes into our office. and I know what's going on and have the ability to really advise our taxpayers very well on what to do.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, then call Greg Nunn. Nunn Better Tax Resolution, from stress to success with IRS Solutions. 425-947-1967 or Google NUNN. Nunn Better Tax Resolution.
At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we are committed to giving you quality workmanship and white glove service that exceed your expectations. Get our exclusive leak armor installation backed by a lifetime warranty. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Do you want to lose weight fast and keep it off? I'm Dr. Ryan Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, and I have a plan that has helped over 4,000 people in the Seattle-Tacoma area lose up to a pound per day. No surgery, no exercise, no box package food, and no drugs or injections with potential side effects. We have a team of health coaches that can support you every step of the way. Schedule your free 15-minute, no-pressure phone consultation online at EastsideWeightLossClinic.com and also see our incredible before and after transformations.
Yeah, Mike Salk here, and I am one of those 4,000 people. I lost 35 pounds in just 8 weeks, and it's exactly as Dr. Coogan said. I lost that weight while eating good, quality food that you buy at the grocery store, and it wasn't that hard. Call them at 425-588-0080 or go to EastsideWeightLossClinic.com.
Let our proven system help you lose 20 to 30 pounds or more in just 60 days. You can start our program in person at our Kirkland office or virtually from anywhere you live. Schedule your free phone consultation online at EastsideWeightLossClinic.com. That's EastsideWeightLossClinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
GM John Schneider spoke with reporters from the NFL Scouting Combine this morning. Per Seattle Times' Bob Condotta, Schneider mentioned a former player will join the coaching staff. Offensive lineman Jason Peters, who was brought on as a free agent, has been hired in a player engagement role and will work closely with Seattle's offensive linemen. On the topic of Geno Smith, Condotta reports the team will meet with Smith's agents this week to begin talks on an extension.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Joining us live from Peoria on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline, it's Brock Huard. Brock, how's it going?
You know, it's tough, Stace.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I got a little low back sweat. I got a little butt sweat sitting here.
A sunburn?
Next
quite.
little red.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm
okay.
kind of, so I got to put some sunscreen on. I'm going to go watch the Mariners today against the Dodgers.
I'm so sorry. It's
a heavy lift, but we're doing what we can. We just spent the last hour after the show ended, actually, taping with Bryce and Cal. And I am reminded, as you guys are, when you get around these players and this team, and when you're in the clubhouse, there are just some great freaking dudes on this team. Not too different than the Seahawks, guys that you just kind of get around and close to. But for this team especially, and both organizations are draft and develop, right? They're unapologetic about it. But right now, there's like so much fruit that has been born from the draft and develop. Cal, Logan, George, like homegrown guys. And you'll hear from Cal tomorrow. Like, he cares. And when they fall short, and Bryce said it too, like, screw this. We're done falling short. We're done. It's early. You're not going to hear any it's early crap anymore.
Yeah.
Like, it's get over the hump and get it done. And it means a lot to a lot of people in this organization, and they know how much it means to all you listening out there and to the fans outside of the organization.
Hey, you and Salk talked to Justin Hollander, and one of the questions you asked him was about leadership and kind of who that person becomes without some of the veterans they'd had, like Carlos Santana or Justin Turner. Brock, you have a good nose for leadership and I think a good idea of like which qualities stand out from these young men when you talk to them. Is there someone on this team where you think, I think it's going to be this guy?
Well, it's a big dumper. I mean, he idolized Jason Varitek growing up. That was his guy, and just every year we're down here, you feel it more and more and more as he's been calloused with these years under his belt, as he's done things no catcher in this organization's ever done, and very few in baseball do, as he's one of the best at his position now. You feel it in his disposition. You feel it in his presence, Stacy. You feel it the way he talks about guys. And, to me, he's the unquestioned guy. And yet, each of these pitchers in their own ways, too. And pitchers are not generally the leaders of the team. They work 1 out of every 5 days. But I'm sorry. I mean, Logan and Bryce, just their personality, their demeanor, the way they talk and relate to everybody on the team, I'd probably start, for me, certainly with Cal at the top of the pyramid, but I don't diminish those homegrown pitchers as well.
Brock, you've been to a bunch of these spring
16,
training.
Mr. Bumpus.
16 of them things.
You're 16. Sweet 16.
What's the what is the vibe different with this one? Or is it some of the same? Like, you got Dan over there, Edgar. Like, talk me through just the feel of this one compared to others.
There's a couple things, Bump, that jump out. Buff Dude Report's coming back out Thursday. Like, I'm going to finish my research tomorrow, but unlike camp number 1 and 2, where that whole silly thing started, Bump, and I said to Salk, I think on the air, like, where are the buff dudes? Like, I'm in a locker room with a bunch of, I don't know, electrician-looking guys. And no offense to you electricians out there, school teachers, but, like, where's the dudes? Where's the, and you were in those NFL locker rooms, Bump, and you're in them, Stacy, and you're like, whoa, yeah, there's not many Ken Walkers walking the face of the planet, or many, Walter Jones back in them. Where are those guys? Well, now there are some dudes, Montez and Julio and Arroyo, and I mean, there's not 1 or 2. Like, actually, if you're not, like, built, you almost stand out the other side of it. Like, you're just, wow, you're kind of a rare normal guy that's able to make this thing work. Dylan Moore is just jacked. Luke Raley's put on some size. Ty Pete is, he looks like an NFL strong safety. So I think, Bump, honestly, like that to the eye test is the first thing that jumps out that is so different. And that's been accumulating over the last few years, and why their farm system's number 1 in baseball. They got just some very, very athletic, dynamic, talented people. From a feel standpoint, it is the temperatures turned down a little bit. Scott Service was, bless his heart, and had amazing strengths, and this doesn't diminish him at all. It's kind of like going from Pete Carroll to Mike McDonald. They all got great strengths. They're just different. And, I think Scott was very orderly. This meeting, that meeting, we're here. And I think with Dan and Edgar, they just let it breathe a little more. A little less meetings, a little more fraternization with the guys, a little more you all build your connective tissue. Just the pace of it is maybe not as urgent and as sudden as it's been over the last couple, if that makes sense.
Yep. I'm here for the Brock Body Show breakdown, the Buff Report.
Thursday.
Like,
that's a tease to Thursday.
It's like we all have that like running joke here, right? Like, I know Salk jokes about it and Mora, like, oh, Brock Body Show, but it's actually legitimately one of my favorite funny things from former athletes. You do it, Bump does it, Wyman does it, is the first thing that they notice. are things that like no one else wants to point out. Like we had Wyman on, we were talking about linebackers, and he was like, if you have like a good butt.
Yeah.
He didn't say butt.
You see that shelf? You got that shelf, baby. You put a couple books on that shelf. You know what I'm saying? Like you got that engine. Starts the whole car up.
You guys all kill me. It's so funny. Okay, I want to talk about some mentals though. I want to. You guys talked with Kevin Seitzer this morning. I loved that interview. We played sound from it, and one thing that stood out to me was him talking about how in line philosophically he was with Edgar. And how it was kind of going to be about simplifying things for guys. What stood out to you from that conversation?
Yeah, I think just that, right? And they can say that on the surface, and yet they know, like underneath it. I think I used the analogy of a duck. And when you see a duck on top of the water, wow, look how calm it is. And you don't see the web feet underneath going crazy to make it move. And they still analytically and film and study and analysts and stats and all the people that will make all that stuff still go. But then it's going to get to, I think, an Edgar and a Seitzer that just take all of that and just kind of streamline it. All right, here's the Cliff Notes version of it. And then just their demeanor, right? Just the way they're both pretty humble guys. They're pretty level guys. And I think some of that, I think, Bump, you can attest to this, different position coaches you've had over the years. It's why I always kind of scoff at hitting coaches don't matter. Well, none of these coaches really matter. They got their own swing coaches, which they do. That's in between their ears largely, which it is. But you can't tell me the right coaching at the right time and reinforcement from just a wonderful person that believes in you doesn't make a difference. It does. It does. And it doesn't matter if it's your producer like Maddie Nelson that's in your guys' ear. And that calming voice right before every segment, building you up, believing in you. And then, bam, what a segment that was. It matters. And I think an Edgar and a Seitzer bring so many decades of just peace, confidence, comfort, and hopefully a whole bunch of success this season.
Yeah, I mean, that's been the biggest, I guess, talking point for this team so far is just the fast starts. And you sound like there's a sense of urgency there, but a confidence at the same time, which I can appreciate. Have you seen anybody who maybe wasn't as vocal or maybe didn't show their personality as much last year that you feel like is a bit more confident walking into this spring training?
Yeah, that's probably Bryce. I said that to Saul just after our interview, like every year. And he's mic'd up and he's fun and he's the instigator. That's probably why I like him so much. He's kind of an instigator like yours truly. Yeah, he's by the way, surprised he's a lonely only. I would not have thought of Bryce as an instigator, as an only child, but only child, and this is his family, and he loves his brothers. And, yeah, I would say he's kind of one. Cal, I'll reference it again, just that comfort in his skin, that comfort of being the voice, the comfort of being that line to the fans. And, this is I accept it. This is what comes with this. And so I'd probably point right away to those two. I mean, Julio's been the life of the party and bigger than life from the time he was 19 here. He still is. But I'd probably say, and maybe I'm prisoner of the moment, just sitting with him, but watching him, I'd say those two as much as anybody.
Hey, Bump and I were talking earlier about Julio and how important it is that he get off to a fast start. And, Brock, I'm so torn between wondering, as is everyone with this organization, what it is. Is it like, that it's cold and maybe it's just like it takes a second to kind of get your body going? Is it a mental thing? And I think I've settled on it being a bit of a mental hurdle, but I don't know for sure. It's just so hard for me because, Brock, and I know you know this, we know he can tap into it. It's not even potential that has yet to be realized. We see it happen. We've seen it happen. It just doesn't quite start until late. How common is it, do you think, that even elite athletes have mental hurdles to routinely overcome?
Yeah, I think it's very common, especially when you're 21, 22, 23. Now, this is his fourth time kind of around the sun, and now you're not young anymore. I mean, you're still on your birth certificate young, but this is your senior year experience-wise. Like, okay, there's not much you haven't seen before. And you're right, the mountaintops have been so unbelievably high, right? We love to talk about in the scouting world with the combine coming up, the floor, the ceiling, this guy. Well, we know what Julio's ceiling is, and it's doing stuff never done in the game before, right? Defensively, base stealing, that month of August, it's silly how easy he can make the game look. And then there's other times where you're just like, oh my gosh, it is so lost at the plate, and so many of these moments late in games, and just like, man, can we have the kind of discipline to it? So Yeah, I think, again, I'll reinforce what was said to us, and has been said to us multiple times. You are not going to hear this season, well, it's early. Well, it's early. Well, if this were a football season, it's game 2. Like, enough of that. We've been there and we've done it, and it's cost us. Those games have cost us, and we've been a game short and a game short. So we're not going to do that. And even Bryce said, hey, they're building up differently. They're building up. So, hey, man, when we hit the game 1, we're full tilt. You know, if I need to go 6 innings or 6 2/3 in game 1, I'm built up to do that. And the guys' approach at the plate's the same. Like, yeah, we're not going to take this, hey, pace yourself. It's a mile. No, it's not. It's going to be a dead sprint. It's going to be 162 battles, and the first week of April are going to be just as important as the weekend at the end of September.
Feel you 100%. If they do get off to a slow start, Brock, I'm going to text you as early, though. Just remember that, okay?
No, you're not.
Hey, there's no way I'm going to have you on and not talk some football, man.
Okay.
What are your thoughts on it? It's one of the biggest conversations, right, is the DK. Right, what's going to go down with DK? What do you think they do with the wideout position?
Yeah, I just have a hard time with this draft, and Salk and I spent a good 15 minutes today kind of debating it, and I understand the premise and where you put your resources, big people, and line of scrimmage, and yada, yada, yada. I don't see in the free agent class, as we were going through those names today, I see injured, I see injured, I see injured, I see older. I see just a lot of guys that, to me, don't come anywhere close. I mean, DK's an A, and I'm seeing like B-, maybe B. Got Chris Godwin, okay, well, he can be nice, but he's never durable. He doesn't post. So I get real concerned because I think Jackson became a 1 this year because DK is a 1. I don't know about you, Bump, but I take DK out of that, and that's not to diminish JSN, but I think he's a 1 because he's got the supporting cast. Take him out, I don't know if I feel as comfortable, and certainly moving on from Tyler and Tariq Young and Bobo and all kind of the 4s and 5s he got on the roster. Yeah, I get pretty nervous without seeing the big plan in place.
I'm going to ask you about the other Seahawks name everyone's talking about this offseason. You already know what it is. That would be Geno Smith. We're going to play John Schneider's audio from the Combine coming up a little bit later in full so that we can all hear it. But he already made a couple comments, and he said that they're going to be talking with Geno Smith's agents about an extension and said, quote, he's our guy. Do you think that talk of whether or not the team would move on from Smith was over-exaggerated because he's polarizing, or do you think the Seahawks really are in a place where they might be thinking about the future ahead?
Yeah, I think they always live in those two worlds, right? A little different than a fan does, a little different than we do on the radio. Like, they've always got to kind of live in this, and even this upcoming draft, they have their board for this year. They already got to look ahead for next year. It's not in pen, it's in pencil, but they always have that vision. And I think that's kind of the way you always, to me, frame Geno. Like, he's the tip of the spear, and McDonald believes in him, and the people there believe in him, and John believes, and I think they believe in him more in that building than certainly a lot of folks on the outside do. But there's also a limit. Like, I don't believe in you in $50 million a year. Can we be kind of reasonable here too? So, yeah, the last time they got this deal done, it was a win-win-win for the Seahawks. The return on investment for what they have paid Geno for the last 3 years has been, to me, a home run. I don't know if it'll be a home run. I sure hope it's a triple, so it can leave some opportunities and singles and doubles for the rest of the lineup to be filled in. But, yeah, those conversations are getting going, and hopefully reasonable sides that both want to get a deal done can find reasonable grounds and make it a win-win.
Hey, Brock, last one from me. I know you done your film study on that Kubiak offense. What do you like, and what do you think won't be a problem, but might have an issue getting going?
Yeah, I love the attention to detail, playing in some of that system and knowing that outside zone and just how it gets taught and the amount of resources that they are throwing at it and manpower with coaches and assistant coaches and analysts that all speak the same language and will all just work and work and work to get those details done in a hurry. I love that aspect of it. I just ran into a guy that was on staff in New Orleans, and he's echoed what Daniel Jeremiah and people that have come on your show have all echoed, and that is the challenge is when you get behind the sticks. You stay on schedule, ooh, devastating. Right? You throw strike one, ooh, devastating. When you fall behind 2-0, hard. You know what? When you get off schedule and we're looking at 3rd and 8+, a little more challenge. That playbook is not what it is on first and second down, and when it is getting that run game going, which again further emphasizes DK Metcalf that, as we know, can go up and win one-on-ones, win on third down, be productive there. So those would probably be both sides of that equation there, Bump.
Brock Huard, one half of Brock and Salk. The guys are live in Peoria this week for spring training with the Mariners, and that means a ton of new interviews. Kevin Seitzer was this morning. Go back to their podcast and listen to that one. It's a fantastic listen. Don't forget, you got one coming up with Cal Raleigh, too. Brock, thank you so much.
Thanks, Brock.
You guys are the best. Have a great day.
See ya.
Bye.
All right, let's get to 4 down territory.
This is 4 down territory, going inside the game. What former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
I got that. I'm in Arizona. It's sunny.
Yeah.
I'm chilling type vibe
Just
right now.
relax.
Just watching baseball. Man, I'm jealous.
We had also like 5 people text in going, I'm an electrician and I work out. I didn't know we had so many electricians listening. They were like, Buff Electrician Army, stand up. First down. What does Mel Kiper's recent mock tell you about the New York Giants?
Man, they got the Giants, or he has the Giants taking Travis Hunter with the number 3 pick overall. So if you do that, that means you have a receiver/corner with Malik Neighbors over there. I think he should focus on corner. I think he'd be a better corner than receiver, but you have a package for both. That means that they're going to go get a veteran quarterback if this really goes down. It's a mock draft.
Yep.
You never know what's real or what's not real. We know who's out there. Sam Darnold is out there. You got Matthew Stafford who's out there. Russell Wilson might be out there. You need a veteran. And the reason why you need a veteran, because in this Mike Kafka offense, they were 7th in pass attempts last year, yet they were 28th in pass completions. Right? They were 29th in the completion percentage. They were 29th when it comes to passing first downs. Mike wants to throw the football. Obviously, you got Malik Neighbors over there. You don't have a run game. So that's another thing that I think is going to happen in this draft, is they're going to pick up a running back. But the way he calls his plays the last couple of years, he likes to throw the heck out of the football. It'd be tough to get a QB late in the draft and have him come in here and toss a ball 500 times in a season and risk hurting this young rookie. I think that the way he calls plays requires a veteran. And if this is true, and Mel Kiper knows more than me because he talks to these teams or whatnot, it's not 100%. But if they were to take Travis Hunter with the number 3 overall pick, they have to be looking at one of these veterans who are available and saying, let's bring him in, have him nurture whoever we bring in after him, and get this thing going.
Very interesting. Second down. Who's a coach you're disappointed in, even though his reasoning's legit?
Hella extremely disappointed in this guy.
And who?
Raheem Morris.
Oh.
He says, yeah, I want the tush push band too. Yeah. He's a defensive guy. I'm like, come on, Raheem, man. You got to just devise a defense to get that going. It's almost impossible to stop this play. I get it. But I look at the numbers and I told myself, all right, Raheem, like, I don't agree with you, but I understand exactly where you're coming from. The Eagles were 38 of 48 when they attempted to put the tush push. Of those 9 that failed, they converted 8 times on the next play, whether it was for a first down or a touchdown. So they're running this in short yardage situation. If they don't get it, there's only one more time where they ran it again and they didn't get it. So they're pretty much 47 for 48 when running the tush push.
That's guaranteed.
Which is crazy.
Yeah.
So I understand where he is coming from, but he's a defensive guy, so he has a bias. He wants to make sure defenses can compete. But I was just disappointed. I thought Raheem was different. I thought he was going to say, you know what? Y'all go ahead and run him. I'm going to put a defense together that can stop this. So the tush push continues to give defensive coordinators headaches. And I told you, the Packers were that cousin asking mom if they could stay the night. Yeah. All right? Packers are out there, and now Raheem Morris comes out the wood and say, yeah, I'm with that too. There's going to be other coaches coming out the woods. Yeah, I'm with that too. It just frustrates me that these defensive guys are against the tush push, even though I understand why they would want it out the game.
I was trying to think of that's an almost 100% guaranteed play. I was trying to think of, is there a team that has a really effective quarterback sneak, like maybe the Bills, because they have a really good offensive line and Josh Allen. I wonder what those percentages are on those things, too. Maybe it doesn't get quite as much attention, but there are certain things certain teams do where it's like, this is going to work most
You know
of
what's
the time.
crazy is, why aren't teams just doing the same thing that the Eagles are doing? Like, they're doing straight-up quarterback sneaks. Put a guy behind Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, whoever, give him a little nudge, and just do exactly what they are doing. You probably won't hit the way that they are hitting it, but just try it.
No, real question. What are you sacrificing when you have 2 guys shoving? Is it like protection on the edge? What are you worried about?
No protection needed.
The
play's going to happen so quickly.
Yeah.
You're just going to fall forward. So I don't know why teams just aren't mimicking what they're doing.
Weird. Third down. Who's a free agent the Seahawks need to sign that's not being talked about much?
And we talked about not a free agent, but extending Geno, extending DK. What are you going to do with Lockett? Noah Fant has been out there as well. But the main headliner when it comes to free agency for this team has been Ernest Jones. You got to get this done. But no one's talking about Trey Brown. I understand he's not the sexy pick when it comes to Trey Brown. He is a free agent this year. You got Nehemiah Pritchett behind him, who played in 10 games. He started 1. All right. At the other corner spot, you got Josh Jobe, who had himself some moments. We had Josh on Josh Crime. He had Josh Allen's first pick here in Seattle. He picked him off. But after that, on their roster, you know they have a young name named Bump Cooper Jr. right now. Bump Cooper Jr. Never seen that before in my life.
Sounds like a fake. Bump. That's Lil Bobby.
Yeah, Lil Bobby. They have at the other corner spot, just Joe. You are 2 deep at one corner spot, 3 deep at the other one. Nehemiah Pritchett was mainly a special teams guy, and Bump Cooper Jr. I've never seen, heard of before.
That person isn't real.
It's real. He got a real picture and all that stuff.
They put that on there as a joke to be like, Bump's going to look at this roster.
Hey, we could be cousins. He went to Oregon State, and my cousin went to Oregon State. Who knows? But you got to sign Trey Brown, or you got to go get another corner. And Trey Brown had his moments. There's one sequence where he would line up off sides, and then he got scored on for a touchdown. But Trey Brown, other than that, has been pretty solid for this team. He's been good on special teams. You need depth. So unless you're going to go to the draft again, which you didn't hit last year with Nehemiah Pritchett or DJ James, who didn't make the roster, I think you either have to sign Trey Brown or get aggressive in this draft again and see if you can get a corner.
4th down. Huard just joined us live from Peoria, and we spent a good chunk of time talking Mariners in spring training. We also got some football questions in. Anything stand out from our conversation?
Oh, yeah, Whiteout Talk. He says JSN is a 1 because 14 is a 1. It makes complete sense. If you don't understand that, it means that JSN is allowed to flourish because DK requires a lot of attention. Safeties find him. Corners are aggressive. He is an extra meeting guy, as Dave Wyman says. You are always looking to see where number 14 is. He also says he likes the manpower when it comes to the run game details. Remember, I mentioned they got a run game coordinator. They got a run game specialist now on the Seahawks coaching staff. They're not messing around when it comes to teaching the details on what they want when it comes to running the ball. He also says the thing that he doesn't like about the Kubiak offense is that when you're behind the sticks, when it's 3rd and 8, 3rd and 7, things are a bit different because so much of the game plan is predicated on establishing the running, getting the defense to respond to that. A common thing that we've heard when we talk to these experts when they describe Kubiak's offense.
ESPN's Buster Olney compiled a list of baseball's best center fielders. Where do you think Julio landed? That's coming up next.
Brock and Salk, live in Peoria.
Mariners general manager Justin Hollander.
Big picture, what jumps out about this personnel group?
I think the depth of the pitching really stands out. You know, last year, obviously we had bullpen injuries that affected us. And I think coming into camp, it was one of our questions is this group of collective pitchers 1 through 13 as deep and good as it has been in previous years? This year feels different. It feels more like 23 for us, more like 22 for us, just in terms of the depth of interesting arms, the guys who we really think can contribute.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
Stacy Rost here. If you're like me, you've been putting off getting a new car for years. Maybe you don't want to take time to shop or you don't feel comfortable with more spending, and I totally get it. I finally had some repairs for my car that felt like too much to overcome for what it was worth. So I pulled the trigger on a new vehicle, and I knew just where to go. Wayscar Ford in Auburn. I went over the selection of new and used vehicles at wayscarford.com. A ton of Ford models like Broncos and Escapes, but also models from Kia, Chevrolet, Toyota, and more, all at amazing prices. Also amazing, the shopping experience in person. You guys know how much trust matters when you're shopping for a new car, so I knew I could depend on Wayscar Ford because they're a company that's been in business for over 100 years in Auburn. I ended up with a 2024 Bronco Sport, and I'm obsessed. You guys, in hindsight, I cannot believe I didn't do this sooner. Heated seats, a heated steering wheel, and four-wheel drive in the winter has been a game changer. So head to wayscarford.com to check out the selection for yourself. I know you'll enjoy the process as much as I did. That's Wayscar Ford in Auburn, wayscarford.com.
At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we are committed to giving you quality workmanship and white glove service that exceed your expectations. Get our exclusive leak armor installation backed by a lifetime warranty. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. An important message about your timeshare from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. Contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about timeshare cancellation.
Call 800-292-7788. 800-292-7788.
T-Mobile 5G home internet keeps getting better. Get our fastest connection loaded with benefits. Get T-Mobile's best home internet starting at $55 a month with auto pay and any voice line. Plus, Price Lock. We won't raise your rate on internet. Check availability at T-Mobile.com/home internet.
Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Guarantees regular monthly rate plan price of fixed wireless 5G internet data with qualifying service. After $15 bill credit with postpaid voice line plus $5 a month without auto pay with debit or bank account. Regulatory fees included for qualifying accounts. $35 connection charge applies. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks.
Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports. Featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at emeraldqueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Hey, Brock Huard here from my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen. And PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request that complimentary design and estimate consultation today at 206-992-0364, 206-992-0364, or project ideas, explore photos at PCFgroup.com, PCFgroup.com.
Seattle Sports is in Arizona for spring training baseball. Go behind the scenes with Brock and Saw all this week from 6 to 10
on Seattle Sports.
Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. With thousands of full replacements with expert craftsmanship and unbeatable warranties, we've been building roofs you can trust for over 5 decades. It's more than just a job, it's our promise to you. Protect your investment with a free Golden Pledge warranty on all GAF roof replacements over $15,000. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule a free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Washington State ranks number 5 in the country for auto theft. The most high-risk vehicles are Kia, Hyundai, Ford F-150, F-250, and F-350. Help keep your car safe with these simple and important tips. Don't leave your car running unattended. Park in well-lit areas. Lock up every time. Keep valuables out of sight. Use an anti-theft device like a steering wheel lock. Share this information with friends and family. Prevent the theft and keep you and your vehicle safe. These tips brought to you by the Washington Auto Theft Prevention Authority.
Hey, do you like spending extra money? Who doesn't, right? No, nobody does, and especially when it's on something like your utility bills, right? If those are noticeably higher in the winter or your home feels drafty, it could be because your attic and crawl space aren't properly insulated. It's Mike Salk here, and utility companies have special incentives to help with the cost of having your home properly insulated, including a once-in-a-lifetime rebate from Puget Sound Energy. So if you're a PSC customer and your home was built before 1990, you may qualify to receive a rebate on up to 95% of the cost to properly insulate your crawl space and attic. Yeah, they'll cover up to 95% of the cost. So don't wait. Take advantage of an incredible rebate today. Call Crawl Pros and learn what's going on behind that crawl space and attic hatch for free, and also what energy rebates you're eligible for. These guys are great. Did an awesome job at my house. So if you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, schedule a free corner-to-corner inspection at crawlpros.com.
This is The Timeline
with Bump and Stacy.
Brought to you by 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
It is The Timeline on Bump and Stacy, reading you the top stories you're going to see and hear about on your own timeline. You might have heard about this one. I don't think this was an awkward flight at all. I have to think it wasn't, but it had potential to be. Pete Carroll, John Schneider, and Mike McDonald were apparently Bump all on the same flight to Indianapolis for the NFL Scouting Combine. Here's Grant Cohn.
So I'm walking on.
I'm walking through first class, and I see Seattle Seahawks head coach Mike Macdonald and Seattle Seahawks general manager John Schneider just sitting next to each other casually, going to the combine like me. So I go to my seat, and coach, I have the money, but I just want to go coach this time. And I'm sitting there, we take off, and I notice this shorter, older gentleman with really white hair walking next to me. And he's trying to go to the bathroom, but the flight attendants are passing out beverages. So they tell him, sir, you're going to have to go back to your seat until we're done. It was Pete Carroll, flying coach. Apparently the Raiders don't quite have the funds to send him first class like the Seahawks do with their personnel. So Pete Carroll waited, as he was told, and then went back to first class, not to use the restroom really, but to just stand in first class without a first class ticket. And he did that for an hour. He was talking to Mike Macdonald and John Schneider about God knows what. So Pete Carroll did that for about an hour, and clearly the flight attendants knew who he was because they didn't bother him. If I had tried to do that, they would have tased me.
Grant Cohn, I can't tell if Grant Cohn, who's a 49ers blogger, tells stories that are funny to me or annoying to me. I go back and forth.
I think he has the means to afford a first round. I mean, first round ain't super crazy if you get early
I just like him throwing it in there. I was in coach, but I could have been. I could have been.
I
in
want it to be known
class.
that I'm rich. Print that in the paper, please.
Let everyone know that I could have bought a first class ticket. I chose not to.
And maybe Pete Carroll is in coach because that's the flight he wanted, and those are the seats that were available when they booked the ticket. Sometimes it'd be like that.
I don't think Pete Carroll's starving for money.
I don't think he's tripping either. And he's not very big, so those seats are just fine for him. He's good to go. And then the last part, he stood there for an hour. I doubt it was an hour. Pete Carroll's not standing in an aisle for an hour talking to Mike Macdonald and John Schneider. Also because they serve food in first class. And it's pretty good food, but it depends on what flight you're on. But they serve food, and they got to bring it all out and display it for you. So there's just a lot of holes in the story. But I don't think it's weird at all that they're on the same flight. I think, man, Pete Carroll's like, look, I spent 14 years there. I won a Super Bowl, went to another Super Bowl. I'm good in Vegas. Schneider, love you. I hired you. Teach this young man everything. Pete is so secure with who he is that he is sitting in coach and standing in first class talking to Mike and Schneider. It's no care in the world for Pete. He's good.
What were they at somewhat recently? Was it a storm game?
Storm game, I
Storm
think.
game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know there was at least one event where all three of them were at, and they were spotted talking and being told. I think that there's no bad blood between John and Pete. And I think that the age gap between Pete and Mike Macdonald is such that he's like, what questions do you have? I can, like
different conference.
I don't think this was I don't think this was like a tense. It's uncomfortable. It was probably heartbreaking. It was a very emotional last press conference for Pete and for John when he talked about it. But it's an interesting story. I find it interesting they were all on the same flight.
To be a fly on the wall, or to be
I'd love to listen.
To be in the aisle seat. Do you think there was a person in the aisle next to Schneider and Macdonald that Pete was having to lean over and talk to? That would have been pretty awkward.
I have a friend who is that person where it'll be like, oh, I was on this thing and Marshawn Lynch was there, but she has no idea anything about sports. She doesn't know anything about sports. She's not interested in sports. None of it matters to her. She has probably been privy to a ton of random conversations or interactions that she just doesn't even register. And you'll hear about it way later. You'll be like, wait, what? I'm sorry, you were sitting next to who? Steph Curry? It's just, and it's right over her head. She's just, it's like someone's mom just being like, oh, that's nice. You're like, but what were they saying? Oh, I don't know. Tell me. Next one. Team USA assistant coach and Flyers head coach John Tortorella didn't put himself through the torture of sharing a plane ride with his players that played for Team Canada after last week's Four Nations final.
Guy who put a dagger in your hearts was on the team plane back to Philly. Connor on the charter with you guys.
Yeah, I didn't charter back. I drove back. Yeah, and I drove back. I was planning to drive back anyway. But when I knew a bunch of Canadians were going to be on there, I was definitely driving back. So I left pretty early in the morning, and they took the charter.
Sometimes you need that mental time with that drive, Bump.
Yeah, sometimes you do.
It's okay, John.
Man. You gotta just decompress and get through that, because that was tough, man. But I think most people thought that the Canadians were going to get that done the second time around. That first one was so emotional and big. He did the right thing. He did the right thing, man. You listen to your favorite playlist, your podcast or whatnot, enjoy the scene, and just Take your time, brother, because that was a tough one.
Do you think John Tortorella listens to like Dateline Murder podcasts on a drive? Like, I wonder if he and I have the same.
He can be kind of
playlist.
an angry guy, so
Yeah.
I'm wondering if he's listening to like some, breathing techniques podcast.
Calm app.
Yeah.
And breathe. Next and last story in the timeline. Yet another list has Julio Rodriguez as the league's top center fielder. This one was published earlier this morning by Buster Olney of ESPN. He looked at the top 10 MLB position players. In this case, today's list was about center fielders. And yes, Julio comes in at number 1. We saw bump another list. This one was from MLB.com, ranking the top center fielders in MLB, and Julio was number 1 on that one. Obviously, this isn't saying the best bats, right? It's a position ranking. But why do you think there's a gap that currently exists between maybe how national experts, Buster Olney, Tim Kirkjian, whoever else, see Julio versus some of the responses we see locally?
I think the most common one is people think the Mariners paid him too early. 12 years, 250 with potential to make like 400, right? I think that because they paid him so early, they want to see results right now, which we have seen some results. My man has done some things in the game that no one has done before. But I think if you aren't batting over 300, 30 bombs a year, OPS and 800-900, maybe over 1,000, then people are looking at you a bit differently. Whereas on the outside, they see the growth and the potential in this man's game. And they say he was a great outfielder, can track the ball, good arm, the glove is on point, can steal bases when he's hot. He's one of the hottest players in the game. But when you're at home, you take it for granted sometimes.
Yeah.
And I think it was the contract. The biggest thing I see and hear when I talk to people is, why'd you pay him so early? You paid him early now so you don't have to pay him $1 billion in a few years. And maybe he doesn't reach that potential of being a guy who gets paid close to $1 billion. But most experts think that he will become that guy.
I completely agree. And it's well said. And I do think that idea of anxiety around the money invested, wondering if it was poorly spent and wondering if it's going to come back to bite you or if you guess the ceiling was higher than it is. There is a level of Julio's play that can be frustrating. It's not just slow starts in isolation. It's slow starts combined with moments where you need a hero. You need someone to drive in a run. Your pitcher has been amazing that day. Let's say it's 2-1 and you got 2 on base. Julio's up and you're thinking, please. And then it's this like desperation whack. You know what I mean? That's just so like the form, the technique, everything looks weird. And you're just thinking it's not even a good swing and miss. Like there are frustrating moments and I completely get it. But I think that if you're someone who thinks I get frustrated with Julio a lot, but you also are someone who want the Mariners to spend more. If the Mariners were to sign Julio as a free agent and then overpay for him to come here with the exact contract he has, I think you'd be okay with it.
Yeah.
Because it would be a version of trying to you. You know?
Yep.
So it's like I get that idea of, but I want more from Julio because my expectations are sky high. I think Julio needs more around him. And it's not to say that, the onus isn't on him to improve, but when we talk about great hitters, they have more around them. It is tough to just be looked at as the savior in your early 20s, and you're still learning to deal with things.
He's still learning. He's still growing.
Yeah.
And those hacks, what was it? Was it,
There's been a couple moments.
Anyway, but I heard someone say, like, look, like he's going into his 4th year. That there's not much that he hadn't seen yet, right?
It might have been Brock.
Yeah, Brock. He's going to his 4th year. Like, you've seen a lot now. You've seen a lot. So we expect better. I said this last year. Like, last year was like his last pass for me. Now I was like, okay, well, 4th year, we got to start seeing faster starts, more consistency, and I think that is in him. So I'm not too concerned about Julio, but I am interested.
Latest from John Schneider coming your way in just a bit. Don't go anywhere.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
We are now speaking with the architect of your Seattle Seahawks.
How we doing, football fans? With Seahawks President of Football Operations and General Manager John Schneider.
My job is to do what's best for the Seattle Seahawks organization. I have to keep wrapping my mind around that and trying to communicate effectively.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
What's the standard the Seahawks defense needs to be held to under Mike McDonald?
The John Schneider Show.
Brought to you by Pizza Hut.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have health news, a CDC update.
Pneumococcal vaccination is now recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
You're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination for basketball and hockey this season. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every one-timer and buzzer-beating 3 live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss out. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
As of 9 a.m. this morning, our EV trucking company is officially in operation.
Andrew's zero-emission trucks are driving the transportation category forward.
We'll make driving safer, easier, and less stressful. Now our technology needs to keep up with demand.
He needs to put pedal to the metal on hiring more software engineers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now boarding Group A. Please have your boarding passes ready to scan. If your phone is cracked, old, or was chewed up by your Chihuahua travel companion, please refrain from holding up the line. We ask that you kindly not be that guy, and instead simply go to Verizon and trade in any phone from their top brands in any condition on any unlimited plan for the new Samsung Galaxy S25 with Galaxy AI.
With new line on My Plan. Additional terms apply. See Verizon.com for details.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Hey, Bill! Got a leak? Need heat? Call Southwest today.
Southwest Plumbing, the one to call.
I've always said, the car sales in the 1980s and 1990s, earned the rep that we have today. The concerns that consumers have because of what has happened in our industry in the past, they're warranted. It's our job to show them that that's not how business is done anymore, right? It's very different business. It's much more transparent. There's much more information that's available to people, and we're much more customer focused than I think the car industry was, 20, 30 years ago. I'm more focused on providing good customer service and relationships, because I think if you take care of people, money will always come. So I think just the philosophy and the focus for us has changed, where I was constantly chasing a paycheck, and now I'm just constantly trying to take care of customers and employees, because I know if I do that, then my paycheck will take care of itself.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years? Like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models. Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, 2 questions here, both very related. Who's the single most important player for the Mariners in 2025? Think of your answer. Who's the single most important Seahawk in 2025? Think of your answer. You can text both answers into the Mac and Jack's text line while Bump and I dive in here. We'll keep an eye out in case anyone has some different ones or like a good argument for someone we haven't thought of. That number is 866-979-3776. Single most important Mariner, the single most important Seahawk. I don't want to hear a group. I don't want to hear the offensive line. Even though it might be true, I don't want to hear, the starters. You got to make the case for one guy.
Yeah.
That's the hard part about this assignment. Bump, pick a team. You can do one or both, but who you got first? Who came to mind?
I'm starting with the Mariners. And listen, everyone listening right now is saying Julio. You're driving down the 405, the 520,
Very California,
522, whatever, all right? And you're yelling at the speaker or the radio right now and saying, Julio. It's not Julio for me.
What?
Because I think Julio is going to do what Julio's supposed to do. I think that he is going to meet expectations. And we talked about how there needs to be support. So I think the guys who are supposed to lead the charge are going to lead the charge, right? But you're going to need support. And I'm looking at JP. Because he is known to be the leader of this team, one of the leaders of this team. He is defensively one of the better players, can be at times. But the way he played last year, if he were to come back and everyone else does what they're supposed to do, right? If Cal looks like Cal, Julio looks like Julio, Rosarena, Robles, and JP looks like the JP of last year, this team doesn't stand a chance. They don't stand a chance.
Okay.
Now, I think the answer is Julio.
Right.
Okay, the answer is Julio, but I'm saying Julio's going to do what he do. We need JP to be that leadoff guy that hit, 16, 18 bombs, career high the other year, to support what the leaders are going to do.
Okay, so your premise, if you're saying, I assume the starters will look great.
Yeah.
I assume Julio's going to lead the team with average by the end of the year. The most important person, therefore, is someone who can boost them up.
Support.
I'm going to throw this back to you. That premise assumes that Julio being good isn't enough.
It's not. It's not enough. You need help.
Remember, no, I hear you. It's a good argument, but that's really what the argument is.
Deep. Yeah. We not deep.
Right.
So because you're not deep, man, your second, third tier players have to show up.
Okay.
So I'm just assuming that Julio is going to have
a
the
good
type
season.
of year that will get some of these Texans off his back.
No, I like the take. It's an interesting take because ultimately that is the statement you're making. Hey, I think Julio is going to be just fine. I think the starters will be just fine. But because I don't think that's good enough to be a contender, it's got to be someone else. That person becomes the most important person. I like the take. Yep. I do. Mine was boring. It was Julio.
It's the right one.
Well, it's because he has the highest ceiling. He has the highest ceiling, so it's the most impact per capita in terms of a player on this team. Let's jump to the Seahawks then.
Seahawks.
The number one answer, most people said Julio. Julio needs a career year. Someone else said we have Garver, so maybe they have a similar approach where they're like, someone else needs to step up. The most important person is the person that surprises us. That's it for them too. Someone else said Dan Wilson, and then a couple people said Cal. So those are the popular answers here. A lot of diversity in answer when it comes to the Seahawks one.
Yeah,
I was expecting 20 Genos right in a row.
Yeah.
Most important Seahawk. I'll tell you what some listeners said, and I'll tell you mine. Who's yours?
All right, so the obvious one is Geno.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm going with. I'm not
Fair.
I'm not twisting this one up. It's Geno. He has to take care of the football, especially in the red zone. You got to cut down on the picks. You have to understand a new offense. You have to be able to communicate these new checks with your offensive linemen. You have to be able to utilize your wideouts. Like Brock just said, you got 2 number 1s out there in JSM and DK. You got to find a way to get the tight ends involved. Geno just has to be a great decision maker. And for the most part, he is. But sometimes he forces things or the ball is tipped and it looks all bad and he takes full responsibility for it. But if you don't have consistent quarterback play, you don't stand a chance.
Yeah.
Like if Geno were able to rush for 500, 600 yards and a few touchdowns, then he wouldn't have to throw for 30-plus touchdowns and under 10 interceptions. Unfortunately for him, he's not that type of runner. That's why you look at Jalen Hurts and what he did. He had 14 rushing touchdowns, I think. So he didn't have to be just crazy when it comes to the pass game. 18 touchdowns, I believe, that he threw. But the offense is going to lean on Geno. Hopefully they get the run game going so it helps Geno. But there's no denying Geno needs to cut back on the interceptions and toss a few more touchdowns.
My answer is the same, so instead I'm going to do 2 things. Number 1, point out something I thought was interesting about all of our answers, and 2, get you some more answers for people talking about the most important Seahawk. First, I think it's very interesting that my answer was Julio and Geno, your answer was JP and Geno, and no matter what, our answers for the most important person on these respective teams is someone who's pretty polarizing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like it's when Chiefs fans are having this conversation and going Mahomes, if Guardians fans, and you can probably say a couple, but like Jose Ramirez, like there are usually guys where they're like, it's obviously this dude, he's the best player, he's the most important, and I feel pretty good about him, but he's also got to be the absolute best. I think that there are people who think, I don't believe in Geno or I don't believe in Julio. And yet here I am going, well, they're fundamentally the most important people. That difference in opinion is really interesting to me with where these teams are right now.
Just because you don't believe in them doesn't mean that they're not the most important. You don't believe that they can get it done. You believe that the Mariners paid Julio too early. You believe that Geno's not worth the $30 million, maybe even $40 million that he's about to get. All right, well, you don't determine the worth of those guys, right? The organization does, and they believe in Julio, and you're forced to because you paid him, and you believe in Geno. I'm not knocking anybody who thinks that these guys can't get it done because you view the game that you look at it. You look at the turnovers with Geno. You look at the crazy swings by Julio, and it deters you from really buying in and believing it. I understand that. Me personally, I look at it differently. I see what Geno looks like in a clean pocket. I see the clutch throws that he has. I understand that he has the second most game-winning drives in the last X amount of years. I look at Julio. I realize he had his clutch moments early in his career. I realized defensively that he's good and he can steal bags and play with power. I realize also, too, that he might have been supported correctly last year with Edgar Martinez coming in. So there's still room for error when it comes to me, and there's still room for growth in both of these guys.
Yeah.
So I'm counting on the growth.
Other answers for Seahawks, Ken Walker.
I like that one.
A couple people had Ken Walker. That was the next most popular answer. Someone had Olu. So instead of the offensive line, they were like, look, you need to find a center eventually. That's the guy of the future. So they're looking at him. And then Joe in Bellevue, last one, had Ernest Jones. As, you know, he's going to set the tone for the defense. If you're going to be a defensive team, if this is going to be your identity, what's the centerpiece of that? Let's say it's Ernest Jones. All good answers. All right, coming up next, John Schneider was speaking to reporters from the NFL Scouting Combine, and we are going to take a listen.
Seattle Sports is in Arizona for spring training baseball.
Our goal really is to come out of spring training and to play that consistent brand of baseball from beginning to end.
Go behind the scenes with Brock and Salk as the Seattle Mariners get ready for the 2025 season. All this week from 6 to 10.
What a masterful performance by the big right-hander Logan Gilbert.
And hear every pitch of spring training baseball on Seattle Sports. Streaming on the Seattle Sports app.
Holy smokes.
Calling all pickleballers, Champions of Change and Safeway announced a multi-city pickleball tournament, including celebrity games with Seahawk legends Doug Baldwin, Mike Bennett, Cliff Averill, and more. In collaboration, Nourishing Champions campaign will be raising awareness and accepting donations to provide nutritious foods for student athletes in under-resourced high schools. You can help by donating at your local Safeway checkout. Open to all. The tournaments are in Seattle, Lacey, and Spokane. Register today at championsofchangefoundation.org/pickleball.
The Gene Simmons Band, live Tuesday, April 8th at Muckleshoot Event Center. He's the God of Thunder. He's gonna rock and roll all night and bring you an unforgettable night of head-banging rock and roll. Get tickets now at MuckleshootCasino.com. The Gene Simmons Band, only at Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. For over 55 years, you've trusted us for roofing, siding, windows, decking, and gutters. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule a free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors.
Hey, Brock Huard here. And as a former college and professional player and quarterback in particular, the years of wear and tear and some of those hits left my knee and some of my body in some constant pain. On and off the field, the weight room, all those heavy squats and all of it. In fact, my knee was really bothering me last year. That's why I decided to try stem cell injection therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson at Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine over there in Kirkland. And really, it was an awesome decision. With Dr. Dan, the procedure itself was so quick and easy. In and out, same day. Next day, I'm out watching football practice, a baseball game, and the staff was absolutely A+. And my knee, well, it's a whole lot better now, and I'm back to squatting and enjoying a much better quality of life. Call Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, with Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. Over 30 years of experience. No one, and I mean no one, has more experience in pain medicine techniques. You can reach him at 425-823-4000. That's 425-823-4000 or DanielNelsonMD.com.
The wait is over. Hey, it's your old pal, the Graz here, inviting you to come celebrate the grand reopening of Jackson Park's driving range. They are throwing a party and everyone is invited. They'll have new range balls, mats and targets, music on the range, and face painting for the kids, so bring the whole family. Free top tracer all weekend long as well. That's right. Free top tracer all weekend long as well. How about free 10-minute lessons after 2 p.m., food specials, and of course plenty to drink. All day Saturday, the grand reopening of Jackson Park's spanking new driving range.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have health news, a CDC update.
Pneumococcal vaccination is now recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Hey, it's Jason Rance. I'm here with our local tax expert and advocate, Greg Nunn of None Better Tax Resolution. When you're dealing with business owners and the idea that they owe money to the IRS and they feel like they might be letting their staff down, and it just spirals out of control.
One thing I see with businesses, it's really tough because they have employees and maybe they're having a difficult time with the cash flow of the business. Then unfortunately, what a business often does is they quit making their payroll tax deposits, which is really about the worst thing you could be doing. I mean, it's a telltale sign if you're doing that. Hey, get someone that can help you kind of look at your business and see if things can be changed so that you can operate your business better and make those payroll tax deposits. Because let me tell you this, the IRS is on those right away.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, you have to call Greg Nunn of None Better Tax Resolution. From stress to success with IRS Solutions. 425-947-1967 or Google NUNN. None Better Tax Resolution.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Bills extended wide receiver Khalil Shakir today on a 4-year contract extension worth up to $60.2 million per ESPN's Adam Schefter. Shakir led all Bills pass catchers in yards this year with 821 on a team-high 100 targets. Former Bears and Seahawks OC Shane Waldron has a new home. The Jags have hired Waldron as their pass game coordinator under new head coach Liam Cohen.
Snapshot brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. John Schneider speaking with reporters at the NFL Scouting Combine. Let's take a listen.
Another year, excited to be here. Got done with our free agency meetings, draft meetings last week. We were able to get the scouts back for a weekend before we came down here and get this thing going again. And here we go, down here to figure out what the offseason is going to look like. Start. So let's go. It helps a lot. You know, we didn't have the guys in the interviews last year, you know, so having the position coach, defensive coordinator, head coach, you know, having those guys in the room is a big deal to, you know, just get the players going and, like, the football knowledge. But yeah, it helps a lot. You know, they were just implementing all their systems last year, so it's an opportunity for these guys to get down here and get rocking. Biggest gap? It's just both sides of the ball. You know, I was just talking to Dave about this. I feel bad for our fans because, you know, like not making the playoffs 2 years in a row, and you know, so we gotta get Lumen rocking again. You know, we gotta get speed on defense and be able to run the ball and get our identity. You know, so the new coaching staff now, the new offensive staff, is pretty cool. You know, like a proven system, and the teachers are really impressive.
What do you like about it? What do you like about the
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, so when we got here in 2010, you know, Alex Gibbs was here for a minute with us, and I had a little bit of exposure in Green Bay to the wide zone stuff, but you know, that Alex and Mike Shanahan, you know, those guys were obviously going to Super Bowls and stuff with it, right? So in Denver. And so, like, watching that over the years, that system, like, again, proven system. And then, you know, Rick Dennison was there, and you know, so he's been involved with. So to have the number of people in that, like, especially with our offensive line, so like John Benton, Rick Dennison, Clint's focus on running the football. Yeah, and Justin Outen, you know, played center and was a tight end run game guy for the Packers too. So, yeah, it's fun. It's good. It's a really cool group, and it's cool to kind of have things settled too, because last year, you know, through our off-season process, you know, we were late with our hire, and then Mike, you know, was hiring a staff and kind of getting people together like throughout the free agents or the draft meetings. So this year to have, you know, be able to keep, you know, talking the same language, having the position coaches come in and present to us now, you know, before we start each position, like, hey, you know, this is what I want, this is what I'm looking for. It's really helped. It's just you know, like we're constantly talking about that holistic approach of, you know, acquisition, sports science, player development, you know, like just bringing that whole thing together. And obviously, you know, the coaching is the number one priority, you know, especially on that side of the ball, the way we finish the season. Yeah. I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry. When the NFL world has given up on quarterbacks, I don't think they're giving up on quarterbacks. Oh. Yeah. The evaluation is just just the football knowledge, the confidence, the person, spending time with, you know, our connections to other coaches around the National Football League, players that have played with the individual, coaches that have coached the player. It's hard, you know, without, you know, when NFL Europe was around, it was awesome. Those guys had an opportunity to go play in the spring, and so there was just better development at that time for more seasoned quarterbacks. We want to be a smart, tough, physical, fast football team, and we want to be able to walk. We want to be able to get our home field advantage back, and win multiple championships for our fans. They're all evaluated on an individual basis, so every circumstance is different. It depends on, what's going on with the player at the school, where he is medically, but it's just part of all part of the evaluation process. It's not good or bad. Yeah. Yeah. Good to see you, Lance. It means a lot, actually, growing up in Green Bay, and that's why I have that affinity for, every day, the fans. I always wanted to know that the guys over at the Packers facility were doing whatever they could to win football games, and it was such a big deal. I know how much it meant to me. So, and I know a lot of the people, working for the Packers and how much time and energy they've put into this. So I just think it's going to be awesome for the guys to be able to, I just hope it's not snowing. Because I remember the year we drafted Javon Walker, we got there was 3 feet of snow, and he had never even seen snow before. So some of these guys might be freaked out if there's a big snowstorm. But no, really excited for everybody at the Packers, and just it's going to be a fun atmosphere. Competing in every aspect of building a football team, every day. You're talking about Pete, right? Yeah, and his ability to instill confidence in people is second to none, and the energy. It's going to be, it's a culture shift. I'm not exactly sure what it was, what it was in the past, but I know what's coming in. From Pete, we don't have enough time for that, but but we did a lot of awesome stuff together, and I think, those 2 years starting out 7 and 9, there's a lot of things we had to work through, and we overcame it. We sustained it. That's his positive approach is amazing. I always tell people I think his best coaching job was the year we lost, the year after we lost the Super Bowl. He was unbelievable that year. Yeah, it feels like it, right? But your ability to run the ball and condense the game and, be able to stretch the field and throw the ball over the top, I don't think that's ever changed. You do see just from a technique standpoint, you do see the tackling not being great, especially in college football. And, that's something that you want to be able to have that identity to play wherever you're going to play in Detroit, you're going to play at home, you're going to play in Philly. We want to be able to run the ball wherever you are, wherever you're going to play. And that having that physical run game just, gets the defense rocking too. Sorry, it's hot here. Holy cow. Sheesh. Every year, there's a constant evaluation of, okay, how did we acquire the player? What all went into the decisions? So measuring it is every year, how do we change our process? Have we emphasized enough in one area or another? How have we managed our cap? That's usually a pretty big project after the draft, right? Where you're talking about, okay, we've spent more money on this side of the ball than this side of the ball. Because, this is, cash and cap. You got to rob from Peter to pay Paul. So you got to make those decisions. And then, okay, how did we do it? What was our process? What was the decision-making process? And we're constantly, adapting and trying to figure that out as we go. It's not like there's just one way to do things. You have to be super pliable. Where things stand? I'm not sure. He's on our team. Yeah, he's a big, strong, fast, physical receiver. Yeah. Well, there's just a little bit more clarity there, right? Because you've seen the system. We saw it in with the Vikings. We saw it in Denver, and then what they just went through in New Orleans. I mean, they started out really strong. They got real beat up, especially in the offensive line. But Clint did a great job. Like, and they were really. I mean, he's just got this really cool calmness about him, and he's been around the league enough, especially with his father, to understand what the free agency process looks like, what the draft process looks like, team building, being pliable. He's been around it. So I would say the experience. Yeah. Last year was like everybody was just coming together. We're kind of learning each other's names. Okay, what do you like? We go through. We went. There's a level of like I said, speaking the same language. So we had signed some guys in free agency that, solid players, but weren't necessarily a good fit. So it's like, all right, we got to adjust on the fly. Let's not wait. Let's make decisions. And Mike's great that way. Mike's really, really, well, you guys know, you guys talk to him every day, but really smart, clear communicator. Yeah. No, again, you're evaluating everybody individually. So how late have they played? What kind of injuries do they have? What do the analytics people think? What do our sports science people think? What are the coaches, how do the coaches value that, value the player? What's the fit? So it doesn't necessarily, there's a, if you're talking about height, weight, speed, is that kind of what you're getting at? And how does that, yeah, we're actually more interested in the person and the competitor, what kind of football player they are, more than the GPS times or the height, weight, speed, what they're doing here. This is really, for us, yeah, we're evaluating these guys in the workout, but it's more about the football, their tape. What does their tape tell us? And then, getting to know the person a little bit more here. And then the biggest thing is the medical. Besides free agency and the draft and Yeah, well, we talk about compensating factors, right? So what kind of compensating factors does the player have? Whether that's if you're talking about durability in general, that's how they take care of themselves, work ethic. What do the trainers at the school say? What do the strength conditioning guys say? How they evaluate the individual. So there always has to be some sort of, if you're undersized, you have to figure things out. I had to figure out how to pass block, right? I mean, I'm a little guy, right? What do I do? You could cut back then, so it's all right, I'm gonna be cutting. I better be really good at that, otherwise I'm gonna get trucked, which I did a lot. Run over. Sorry. Not that that's affected me over the years at all, or stayed with me. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he's a great teacher. I mean, you talk about acquisition and development, right? I mean, they're getting the best receivers. I was just in Dallas a couple weeks ago, and his father came up to me. His son might go to Ohio State, and he was telling me about the recruiting process. And they're they're obviously very good evaluators, and then he's such a great teacher. Played the game, knows what it takes. There's a mentality approach that they have. They just have that receiver kind of swag about them, and it feels like they come into the league ready to go.
Where does that show up? Where do you see them maybe be more?
All aspects, their approach off the field, the study habits, how they take care of themselves, whether they're in the facility or away from the facility, the route running, precision, being a precise route runner, working with the quarterbacks, having an understanding of feel for, how I run routes for this quarterback or that quarterback. It's a great question because they do seem like they're ahead of the game, and yeah, I would attribute that to Heartline for sure. He was a fun player too, really good special teams player. So he had this natural toughness about him, really gritty, really good route runner himself, really good hands, worked his tail off. So. Well, there was a lot. I mean, he was extremely impressive in the interview, obviously. But then, speaking to everybody else, that's interacted with him and worked with him over the years, all the background information was spot on. And then actually, he's it's even more impressive. The more time you spend with him, and Yeah, so I would say just the teaching. There's a really cool clarity about his teaching, and I'm not sure what he would tell you, but he was coaching freshman high school when he was in college. He just has a really, really cool way about him in terms of being in front of the room. Great question. There's kind of a baseline that we start this week. We're meeting with, every agency you can meet with, and then every team, and every kind of tries to get a little bit of a little lay of the land. So it starts. I think a lot of that gets really, really serious about maybe 3 weeks out, 3 weeks out, because at the end of the day, it's like, okay, we got to make a decision here. Let's roll. So. But up there, when we picked Spoon a couple years ago, it was like people were talking, but you don't necessarily know what's real, what's not real. You know what I mean? Before the draft, sorry. Yeah. 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 Yeah, we have a guy, Patrick Huard, is an incredible guy, really talented. He works with Becca, and they put together a really cool, they're constantly doing it. So it's everything. It's every mock draft you could think of. Shoot, now it's like what Vegas thinks. You know what I mean? Like anything you can put in a pile to evaluate, they're on it. Yeah. Yes, to a certain extent, because it's constantly changing. I don't know how they do it, to be honest with you, but they're constantly one day a guy's a 5th round pick, next day he's a 3rd round pick. But it's just another tool for us to try to recognize how to navigate the draft on draft weekend, like how to maneuver. It's a good question. I'm not sure if it's increased over the years. Brett Favre always wanted Randy Moss. Would talk to me. Are we gonna win? We get Randy Moss? But no, I think it's always. Obviously it helps, right? If the quarterback's really has a relationship with a receiver that he throws with in the offseason or something like that, or he played with at college. And you just have it's just another part of our tool in the acquisition process. Oh, I think it'll affect it a little bit. As the free agencies, it's a solid group in free agency, but it's a rare year with running backs. It's in the draft. I can't remember this number of legit prospects at the running back position in the draft. And I usually don't talk about depth in the draft, but it's sticking out this year. It's rare. Oh, sorry, I don't understand the question. I apologize. I know you're not supposed to take running backs in the 1st round. I think Detroit and Atlanta would, those guys are doing pretty good. Yeah. Yes. Sorry, I didn't hear the last part. Yeah, it's because of the talent at the position. Yes. Ooh, cool. Their relationships, their people skills, communication skills, ability to have relationships with, I would always hit the equipment guys when I went there to figure out what kind of person the guy is. We've really challenged the guys over the last 3 years about who is the person, who's the competitor. So, and really focused on those grades, and then the talent kind of. That's kind of the easier thing to do, is to evaluate the talent level. But really, who is the person, and what are we going to get when, you're in tough times, right? So I would say the knowing different positions and all that, that's big. Hutch does it for us. Steve Hutchinson does it on the offensive line. Just goes out and just does one position for us. But the rest of the scouts have to evaluate like every position. We don't just scout one position. So yeah, just like building relationships. I mean, the football knowledge stuff, it's got to be a given, you know. We have a bunch of really cool young guys that are kicking butt right now. We like the interns that we've just hired full time, and it's just really cool to see their approach of like, you know, trying to reach out, trying to establish these relationships with guys, and they want to show you that, hey, you know, I know this guy here and I know that guy there, and I'll talk to this person. I coach with that guy, and so it's pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah, they started this morning. We were going through all that stuff, yeah. Yeah, I think there's one-offs, right? So, yeah, there's different phone calls, and I mean, you want to have all the information so you can make the best decision. And so you know, like if we're talking about like last year the hip drop, right? So I would rely on John Lynch, who's a friend of mine, to hey, what's this going to look like? How are we going to officiate it? You know, so there's one-offs like that, but you know, the league does a really good job of presenting everything. Here's all the information. This is what's coming. So basically this morning they're kind of laying out the groundwork for what could be coming when we get to the owners meeting, and I mean, that's right around the corner too. Just part of our evaluation process, like going back, our self-evaluation, just, you know, why are we missing, right? What's off right now? Like, you're just constantly looking for your blind spots and trying to figure out how to compensate for them. Yeah. Yeah, we have to adapt. We have to keep like trying to understand who the person is, why are they jumping in the transfer portal? You know, sometimes it's a reflection on character. Sometimes it's just a reflection on depth at a school, at a position. You know, I want to go play somewhere else. Sometimes, you know, the guy that recruited him's left is at a different school. So it's every individual. What is their particular situation, and to put that in the, you know, evaluation computer and try to figure it all out. But the NIL stuff has helped, I think. I mean, I'm glad the guys are getting paid, and it's also a way for us to, you know, evaluate how much they love the game, how they're going to handle themselves professionally. You know, there's guys that, you know, have, you know, 2 and 3 cars right now. Guys making $6 million, and some guys making, you know, $30,000, right? So it's another part of the information to put in the evaluation bucket for the draft, in particular. Sometimes it depends on the person. How do they handle themselves off the field? Howie, in particular, I think does a really good job of that evaluation process of recognizing what the deficiencies are, right? So they wanted to fix their defense. They went out and hired Vic Fangio. He's a tell the truth guy. So he's always going to understand what needs to be fixed and work on it as quickly as he can.
All right, that was the latest from John Schneider speaking to reporters at the NFL Scouting Combine. Coming up next, we're taking a look around the NFL.
Brock and Salk, live in Peoria.
None other than Brian Wu, who comes by to say hi. I don't mean to get cheesy. You guys kind of all really like each other, don't you?
Yeah, except for Bryce. Everyone else is I think the chemistry behind the scenes definitely has a lot to do with it. We get along super. We love spending time with each other on and off the field, in the dugouts. You know, all the time that we have before games, catch, bullpens, all that stuff. Like, everybody's super talented on the field, but everybody's personality and the way that they're wanting to help each other and also be the best they can be for the team.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
No more football for me means I'm ready for an escape, and since my weekends are free, I'm looking for something fun, relaxing, and with some entertainment built in. I got just a place for you. It's Silver Reef Casino Resort. Hotel? Check. Spa? Yup. Restaurants that have multiple, including the best steakhouse north of Seattle and the brand new The Cantina. Concerts, they got you covered. Hold up, you're going to like this one. They got golf, which means I'm back out there when the weather gets nicer. It's all systems go on Silver Reef Casino Court Resort. Don't try to tell me it's too far. Man, you'll spend more time in traffic this weekend getting your kid to soccer. Hop on the I-5 North, and you are basically there, and they have cheap gas. Join Reef Rewards for free, and you'll get 10% off the resort. Don't wait. Visit Silver Reef Casino Resort. That's silverreefcasino.com. They got something for everyone at Silver Reef Casino.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi, my daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through March 4th, get fast, reliable Xfinity Gig Internet for $25 a month for 1 year with no annual contract and Wi-Fi equipment included when you add an unlimited mobile line. And ask how to get an eligible free 5G phone with trade-in. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires pre-post bill and auto-pay stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced mobile speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds and actual internet speeds vary.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here. Let's talk stats. According to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, the state of Washington ranks number 4 in the whole U.S. for the highest concentration of roofers. That's literally thousands of roofers to choose from. So how do you know how to pick the right one for your home? Well, you start by eliminating those who aren't GAF Master Elite certified. That's about 97% of all roofers. So now you're down to the elite 3%. How many have over 35 years of experience? How many utilize the catch-all system to keep yards and driveways clear of any debris? Family owned with local roots and have the stamp of approval from the Mike Salk household? Well, that leaves you with just one, the roofing company you can trust. That's Riverside Roofing. In a sea of thousands of competitors, Riverside Roofing continues to stand out. And guess what? They have openings this winter for your roof project. So have them out to your house this week. Call them at 425-949-8252 or go to riversideroofingllc.com. They are the roofing company you can trust.
Mariners single game tickets are on sale now. The squad will be back in action before you know it. And now's the time to lock in your seats for the biggest games this season. Don't miss opening day on March 27th, Ichiro Hall of Fame weekend, August 8th through 10th, and matchups versus the Dodgers, Yankees, and more. Plus, check out 30 value games with tickets starting at just $10. Go to Mariners.com to get your tickets today.
A deep blast. This is gone. Home run. Julio.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Washington State ranks number 5 in the country for auto theft. The most high-risk vehicles are Kia, Hyundai, Ford F-150, F-250, and F-350. Help keep your car safe with these simple and important tips. Don't leave your car running unattended. Park in well-lit areas. Lock up every time. Keep valuables out of sight. Use an anti-theft device like a steering wheel lock. Share this information with friends and family. Prevent the theft and keep you and your vehicle safe. These tips brought to you by the Washington Auto Theft Prevention Authority.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, where comfort meets elegance. It's Mike Salk here, and this summer you can experience breathtaking Cascade views, world-class dining, and of course the best entertainment. Elevate your next getaway by combining effortless style with the utmost in relaxation. The hotel opens this summer with deluxe king and 2 queen rooms, premiums, grand suites, signature suites, and the breathtaking views of the Cascades and the Snoqualmie Valley. For more details, go to snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
A quick broadcasting reminder before we dive into NFL headlines. If you are looking for the Mariners spring training game play-by-play, you just have to open up the Seattle Sports app and click on the alternate feed. It's right below the picture of me and Bump. And if you're like, I'd rather listen on the radio, I'm not in a rush, then the re-air will immediately follow Wyman and Bob at about 7 p.m. So just a heads up for you guys. Let's dive into our NFL headlines. Jason Peters is retiring after 19 seasons in the NFL. 19 seasons. He'll take on a role with the Seahawks in a player engagement department. So jumping straight from being a player, granted didn't see time with Seattle last year, but officially retiring and heading right into kind of an advisory coaching role.
Which is great. 19 seasons in the NFL. You've learned some things. You've had success and failures, and why not help the next generation through whatever they have to get through? So I think, don't know much about Peters, but whenever you spend 19 years in the NFL, you're doing something right. You know how to work with people. You know how to communicate. You add value other than just your physical capabilities. So that's good for him, man. I hope he does great things for the Seahawks.
Absolutely. All right, diving into the rest of the NFC West here. Sean McVay finally addressed the growing Matthew Stafford trade rumors at the Combine.
But we've had conversations where he could probably play however much longer he wants, but it's been on a year-to-year in terms of our dialogue. Is that 1, is that 2? Only he can answer that. But there does have to be an element of understanding, well, what does that future look like without this freaking G that's been our quarterback for the last 4 years? And there's no right or wrong way to go about it. But I do think for us to be able to make the most educated decision in terms of, all right, the cash budget that we operate on, the draft comp that you would get in return, you just need to be able to have all the parameters to at least explore it.
All right. Well, what do you make of Sean's answer there?
He's trying to see what the league thinks of Matthew Stafford. Now, there are a bunch of quarterbacks out there who are making $50 million who do not have the resume that Matthew Stafford has. Even a guy like Tua is making over $50 million.
Which is crazy.
Has not won a Super Bowl, being close to sniffing a Super Bowl. Kyler Murray's making a bunch of money. There are guys, and they deserve it because the timing of their contracts just lined up. So now him being 37 years of age, you're going to be hesitant to pay him 50. But you shouldn't, because his numbers are just as good, if not better, than these guys who are in front of him.
Yeah.
So what Sean McVay is doing, he's allowing him to go out there and test the waters and let the NFL tell you how much you are worth, which someone is going to offer him $50 million a year. Then you come back and you say, all right, is it worth that for us? And can you get compensations off it? What kind of compensation do you get from a Matthew Stafford? It's not as personal as people are making it out to be, I feel like. It's just business. And I think that the process has to play itself out. Either way it goes, Matthew Stafford will get $50 million for the next year he plays football.
Well, and people can kind of think of it from the point of view of what they would do with Geno Smith. I've seen so many people text into the Mac and Jacks text line saying, why not let Geno test the market? Because why would you pay Geno, he's not getting 50, but let's say 50. Why would you pay Geno 50 if no other team is willing to pay him that much?
Yeah.
That's exactly what Bump is saying the Rams are doing. Why would we pay you a number we're a little uncomfortable with if no one else is going to do it? We're going to pay you your market rate, and maybe we need to know more about what that is right now. It's kind of a weird situation. All right, next story here. Packers GM Brian Gutekunst was asked about his team, now that we know, trying to get the Tush Push banned.
Yeah, I'm aware of it. We really haven't had very many discussions about it. I'm sure we will over the next few weeks as we head into the owners' meetings. So I'm aware that we did, but really haven't had many discussions about it. Sorry.
What are your thoughts on the play?
I know we're not very successful against it, I know that. But to be honest with you, I have not put much thought into it. It's been around for a while. We've used it in different fashions with our tight end. Again, I think there'll be a lot of discussions about it. I got to kind of look at some of the information as far as injury rates, things like that. But we'll see.
I like the beginning. I've heard of that. I'm aware of that. I'm aware that a team, it's us, is asking for a Tush Push ban.
This is just him not wanting to throw his organization under the bus, and he doesn't want to sit there and sound like he was complaining about the tush push either. So he's in a tough position because you have to back your organization. You're the GM of the Packers, but you also don't want to sound like you a little and be complaining about a football play.
What you do.
So it's a tough place for him to be in. He said they've used it in certain fashions with a tight end or whatnot. Okay, more teams do it. Because if you're having success and they're not going to ban this thing, if you can't beat them, join them. Use the tush push to your advantage.
Could T. Higgins be on a new team in 2025? ESPN's Adam Schefter thinks that could happen.
If I'm guessing today, I would guess that they tag him and then look to trade him, see if there's a trade that materializes. Now, the interesting part here is they've got a number of issues there. They've got Jamar Chase, who is unsigned, who's going to want roughly $40 million a year, highest paid receiver, highest paid non-quarterback. Those are real issues. You got T. Higgins. You've got Trey Hendrickson, who led the NFL in sacks last year. He wants to be paid. And they've got cap room, and they've got the ability to create more cap room. So they're actually in a solid position. It's just a question of how they want to deploy their money. There's a lot they can do. I still think that there's a realistic chance that they wind up tagging and looking to trade T. Higgins.
You know, Bump, one of the conversations we've had in conversations about whether or not the Seahawks should trade DK Metcalf is the ways that DK Metcalf allows the passing game to expand, allows attention to get away from JSN. That JSN became a number one because DK's a number one. That's what Brock said with us. Is that similar to the relationship between T. Higgins and Jamar Chase? Because I will say this about Cincinnati. T. Higgins had 10 touchdowns this year, just shy of 1,000 yards, 911. But Jamar Chase had almost twice that, which is crazy.
Nah, it's a different situation. Jamar Chase is going to be fine regardless. Now, T. Higgins does help. I'm not calling him a chump or he doesn't affect the way that the game is played. But I think Jamar Chase is so much better than the receivers that we have over here who are good receivers that you can go get yourself a cheaper, younger guy or maybe an older veteran that doesn't cost as much and still have kind of the same effect. So good job for or good luck for T. Higgins, man, because I want him to go out and make sure he gets paid what he thinks is worth. But I also think that the Bengals are in a good position because they're dealing with arguably the best receiver in the game right now who doesn't need as much help as other receivers.
The Commanders are allowing one of their best defensive linemen to seek a trade. Jonathan Allen is reportedly going to, much like Matthew Stafford, explore the market, look at what some potential options are for a potential deal. This is what's interesting about where the Commanders are. When we were talking about where we'd love to see them at, we said a Myles Garrett trade to, the Lions would be fun. But to the Commanders, it would also be really fun because they have so many great weapons. You've got the explosion of Jaden Daniels this year, and finally Terry McLaurin gets a good quarterback. And if they could just take a step forward defensively, they could be great. This feels like a step back.
Yeah, it does. You want to try to keep as much as your talent together, but this is just the reality of the NFL. And you could get some good assets in return. You might get a few higher picks than you thought you would get and continue to grow. Here's a great thing about this situation is that even if you lose a guy like Jonathan Allen, your quarterback is still a rookie or second-year quarterback on his rookie deal, and you have room to move and to build. So if you're able to get a few picks off of this trade right here, then it might not be as bad as you think, but you would like to keep your top guys together as long as possible.
Titans head coach Brian Callahan was asked how Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders compare to one another.
They're both worthy of the conversations that they're in right now. They're both good players. I think they've earned the right to be in the conversations they're in. As far as where I see them and how I stack them, that's for me. But I do think they're worthy of those conversations. There's some other good players in this class too, and I do think that one of the things that's most important is that you never make an assumption when you're in this process, and that you treat every prospect, whether you think they're the first pick or the 200 and something pick, that you go through that evaluation phase with the same intensity and thoroughness that you would regardless of where you think they fall.
Meanwhile, Titans GM Mike Borgonzi says that they are taking calls on that number one pick, as they should. Any team would, even though you desperately need a quarterback. Bump, what do you think they should do? And if your answer is take a quarterback, which of these two would you go with?
I'm drafting a quarterback if I'm the Tennessee Titans, and I'm trying to figure out who else would be calling them. The Vegas Raiders could be calling them.
Yeah.
The Jets could be calling them. After that, I think everyone is pretty much set. Maybe the New Orleans Saints, but we know their situation isn't great. The Giants can get into the mix too. I'm taking a quarterback, and if I'm doing it, I'm taking Cam Ward. And the reason why I'm taking Cam Ward is just because he has the stronger arm and he's a better athlete. Here's the great thing about Shedeur Sanders, though. 74% completion percentage, FBS record. He knows how to play the game, but physically he's not the most gifted quarterback out there. Not knocking the quarterbacks who aren't going to run fast or throw the ball strong. If you're on time, you know your offense, you should be fine. I think either one would be fine. Me, I'm biased. Go Cougs. Can spend some time there.
Sure.
And he just has the stronger arm out of the two.
There's a weird gap between the Giants badly needing a quarterback at 3, right? And then the Raiders being on the board just a bit later. Do you think there's a chance Shedeur Sanders falls completely out of the top 5?
If Tennessee doesn't grab a quarterback, Cleveland is going to grab a quarterback regardless. I think they should. I think the only way it happens is if something happens with the 1 and the 2 spots.
Yeah.
Because the Giants are going to grab him. Vegas could grab him. I don't think he gets to the Jets.
All right. Well, we played you guys earlier sound from John Schneider's press conference at the NFL Scouting Combine. There are also some interesting things he said, including some stuff on Tyler Lockett afterwards to local reporters. We'll tell you what you need to know next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
Joining us here in the booth, Mariners broadcaster Gary Hill.
Julio being Julio is still going to matter, I think, more than anyone else you bring in. I think he can be a true difference maker, all-star MVP quality. I mean, we all know what his ceiling can be. And I'm actually really confident that he's going to have a big year. And because we have seen it in flashes where he has been among the best players in baseball.
Yeah.
Like the absolute best player that this game has to offer.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Brock Huard here from my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen, and PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports. Featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at emeraldqueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we are committed to giving you quality workmanship and white glove service that exceed your expectations. Get our exclusive leak armor installation backed by a lifetime warranty. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found at G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just the bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Ooh, up top, bike shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messethorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
Hey, Brock Huard here. And as a former college and professional player and quarterback in particular, the years of wear and tear and some of those hits left my knee and some of my body in some constant pain. On and off the field, the weight room, all those heavy squats and all of it. In fact, my knee was really bothering me last year. That's why I decided to try stem cell injection therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson at Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine over there in Kirkland. And really, it was an awesome decision. With Dr. Dan, the procedure itself was so quick and easy. In and out, same day. Next day, I'm out watching football practice, a baseball game, and the staff was absolutely A+. And my knee, well, it's a whole lot better now, and I'm back to squatting and enjoying a much better quality of life. Call Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, with Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. Over 30 years of experience. No one, and I mean no one, has more experience in pain medicine techniques. You can reach him at 425-823-4000. That's 425-823-4000 or danielnelsonmd.com.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
If you're looking for the Mariners spring training game, that is on the alternate stream on the Seattle Sports app. Just a heads up for you guys. It'll also re-air later today around 7 p.m. immediately following Wyman and Bob. We played earlier John Schneider's sound bump from the NFL Scouting Combine, and there were some other things he said away from the podium. So they weren't mic'd up, but there were local reporters there. The thing that to me is the most important, stands out the most, is this. It's from Seattle Times reporter Bob Condotta. John says the team has also had talks with the agent of Ernest Jones on a new deal. So that's one. And says the team will meet with Tyler Lockett's agents. That's two. Then he adds this. Asked if he'd anticipate Lockett being back, he said, quote, "I don't know. We'll see how that conversation goes." So two interesting things here. One, you've been calling for where are we at with Ernest Jones? Let's get this going. So they have had talks, maybe ongoing, sounds like. Don't know where those talks are, but the talks have begun at the very least. We know that.
Well, that's good, and he hasn't gone anywhere, or it doesn't sound like teams. I'm sure teams have reached out because he's Ernest Jones, and he's one of the best young linebackers in the game. So you're gonna have to talk to people and entertain or whatnot. Mm-hmm. But everything that we heard from both sides have been positive so far, right? Seahawks sides are saying, "Look, we're trying to get this thing done." And we've been talking to him. Ernest Jones came out and said, "I want to be a Seahawk. I like it here." So it's getting off to a great start, but things can happen in negotiation. So let's just be respectful, both sides, and let's talk this thing out because Ernest is needed for this defense.
All right, let's get to that second part. The team has not yet met with Tyler Lockett's agents, but will. They are going to meet with Tyler Lockett's agents. It sure doesn't sound like John Schneider is, when he was asked about Geno, this was another off-podium topic. When he was asked about Geno, he said, he's our guy. We're meeting with his agents this week. We're about to begin the topic of an extension. We don't even have a deadline in place, which we know, subtly is going to be around mid-March when those guarantees kick in. There is a deadline in place. But basically being we're going to talk and figure it out, and then said, quote, "He's our guy." That's not the sound about Tyler Lockett. The sound about Tyler Lockett is, we'll see. We'll see how the conversation goes. What do you think the Seahawks are thinking when it comes to Lockett?
Is he gonna chop down the contract and give a hometown discount?
Right. Is he gonna take less money?
Yeah, that's what it comes down to. Because Tyler Lockett, man, we've said this before on the show, his cap is gonna be $30 million next year. That's the third highest on this team, and he doesn't have the third highest type of production. DK is a 1. JSN is a 1. So I think it just comes down to money. And if he's willing to restructure, like how important is it that you stay here in Seattle? If it's really important, he's going to restructure and make everything all fine. But if not, he's going to ask to go out there and explore and see what else is out there. My question is, I don't know if a team's going to be willing to pay Tyler Lockett $30 million. So it's not even the cap hit is going to be $30 million. But it's not even his current contract as it stands. I don't think Tyler's saying, this is what I need to be paid. I think he's saying, I can't get paid less than this number, whatever that number is. And is there an organization out there that's willing to get him to that number? Possibly. I think where his contract stands right now, I don't think there are teams that will say, all right, we'll take that contract and keep this thing rolling. Just because he's 33 years old. He's got some miles on his body. So if there's a secret number out there that we don't know about that I think Tyler Lockett is going to try to get to.
I think that in my mind, I assumed, well, look, Tyler Lockett, he's passionate about real estate. He's licensed here in the state. You would think that there would be incentive to stay here. We know that he's gotten married here, presumably starting a family. Like, you've got roots here in Seattle. It's the team that's drafted you. You've been here your whole career. And I've always made the assumption. Also, we've interviewed Tyler. Everyone here knows Tyler. He's genuinely one of the nicest people I've covered. Not in no way a me guy. So I've just kind of assumed, maybe unfairly, he'll take that discount. But some things in the NFL offseason have changed. One of them being Pete Carroll in Vegas. That, to me, becomes an intriguing landing spot for Tyler should he be released. Like, it's someone he knows. There are people on that coaching staff he knows. It's still on the West Coast. Maybe Tyler Lockett goes to Kansas City, where he also has roots and where he also has, like a family history. And, like, there's an incentive there for them to have him go there. And it won't be for as much money as here in Seattle, and Seattle isn't going to want to pay that. But, like, I hadn't considered that the Raiders, that the Chiefs could be just as equally tempting for a guy that's thinking, I don't know how much time I have in the league, and this is a coach I respect and a team that I have history with.
Raiders, Chiefs, Philly, any contender that just needs that veteran third option, I think would be perfect for Tyler Lockett because he'll be able to fit in anywhere. But I think, like you mentioned, the first team that you look at is going to be the Las Vegas Raiders. Pete Carroll knows Tyler Lockett. He knows what he's about, what he brings to the table. And I think at this point of his career, he understands how to use him over there in Las Vegas. But he's the perfect candidate for any contenders out there. I can see him looking at a team like the Washington Commanders and the way they did with Bobby over there and bring him over there, who you need a third receiver. McLaurin, McLaurin needs a number 2 as well. Like, you might have to draft for the number 2 and you bring over this guy Tyler Lockett for your third. So I think there are more options than what people are looking at. I think the Lions could be an option. They can use a number 3 receiver over there. Because of who he is and where he is in his career, he shouldn't require too much money, but the value he brings to your team will exceed the actual dollar because of just his experience and the way he'd be able to mentor some guys. So I think if a deal is not able to be worked out here, if Tyler Lockett wants to play football for a contender, he will find a job.
Do you think there's something that's like spoiled when it's like there might be another team paying him just as much or even less than Seattle would want to, but is there something spoiled when a GM says, hey, can we ask you to take a pay cut? From what you know of Tyler Lockett, you know this guy.
I think that feelings will get involved, but I also think that Tyler Lockett is a realist and understands who he is and what he brings to the table when it comes to the football team. That's why it's never up. Your team is never going to set the market for you. The team you are with will never set the market for you.
Yeah.
You go out and you explore. But I also understand, and I think Lockett understands that this is just part of the conversation. You have to have this conversation. And I think the conversation will be different with Tyler Lockett. It's not just cold. This is what we're going to offer you. It's, look, Tyler, this is what's going on. We got DK who needs money. Geno needs money. We're X amount of dollars over the cap right now. We got to move some things around. And the only way that we can get this thing going, we feel like we're moving in a good place, is if we change contract like yours and maybe a couple other guys.
Yeah.
The conversation is different with Lockett. It's not like you're talking to some guy who you haven't invested in.
Someone said the fact we're calling Tyler Lockett old makes me feel really, really old. Where did that decade of Seahawks football go? Time flies fast. Absolutely right. I still remember covering his rookie season, and I still remember the conversations about, like, could he be wide receiver one? He's such a great special teamer, but can he be that guy? Like, I remember all of those conversations about Tyler Lockett. It's so cool to see that his career became what it did. Let's see if there's another season left, at least here in Seattle. Coming up next, talking with pitching ninja Rob Friedman. Don't go anywhere.
Brock and Salk, live in Peoria.
Mariners general manager Justin Hollander.
Big picture, what jumps out about this personnel group?
I think the depth of the pitching really stands out. You know, last year, obviously we had bullpen injuries that affected us. And I think coming into camp, it was one of our questions is this group of collective pitchers 1 through 13 as deep and good as it has been in previous years? This year feels different. It feels more like 23 for us, more like 22 for us, just in terms of the depth of interesting arms, the guys who we really think can contribute.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
The Lee Johnson culture to me is empowering all of your employees to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. You know, there are certain things that it doesn't matter what level of employment you are in our organization. If it's not the right thing or it doesn't feel right, they have the ability to take care of the customer and make the decision without asking a manager, without asking an owner. The end result is they can speak to the customer with more confidence. They're definitely more confident in what they're trying to provide the customer, what the customer is trying to accomplish, and just giving them a better experience.
His name is Justin Meek. He's the leader and caretaker of more than 300 full-time employees for the Lee Johnson Auto family. It's the united understanding among Lee Johnson employees that customers are the purpose of our day. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto.
Luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, where comfort meets elegance. It's Mike Salk here, and this summer you can experience breathtaking Cascade views, world-class dining, and of course the best entertainment. Elevate your next getaway by combining effortless style with the utmost in relaxation. The hotel opens this summer with deluxe king and 2 queen rooms, premiums, grand suites, signature suites, and the breathtaking views of the Cascades and the Snoqualmie Valley. For more details, go to snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
The nonprofit Puget Sound Senior Baseball League plays real baseball on the best fields. The season's first tryout for adults ages 18 to 65 and older is this Sunday, March 2nd at Hogan Park at Russell Road in Kent. With 10 divisions featuring different age and skill levels, there's room for almost every ball player, from ex-Little Leaguers to high school and even former college and pros. Get all the info at pssbl.com. That's pssbl.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time and switch to the expensive shampoo with amino acids. Sure, you don't know what those are or why you need them, but it sounds very impressive. And if you switch and save hundreds, you can massage it into your scalp every day. Now, if only you can get people to lean toward your head to smell those aminos. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For shampoo. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Things are just better when you switch to Cricket. The sun shines a little brighter. Happy music starts randomly playing. Best of all, you can get iPhone 13 for just $29.99. With the ultra-bright Super Retina display and up to 19 hours of video playback, all on Cricket's super-fast 5G network. See? Isn't that better? Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new account imported on $60 plan. First service charge and tax due at sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through March 4th, get fast, reliable Xfinity Gig Internet for $25 a month for 1 year with no annual contract and Wi-Fi equipment included when you add an unlimited mobile line. And ask how to get an eligible free 5G phone with trade-in. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires pre-postponed and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced mobile speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds and actual internet speeds vary.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour is brought to you by Mazda of Everett.
Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Bills extended wide receiver Khalil Shakir today on a 4-year contract extension worth up to $60.2 million per ESPN's Adam Schefter. Shakir led all Bills pass catchers in yards this year with 821 on a team-high 100 targets. Former Bears and Seahawks OC Shane Waldron has a new home. The Jags have hired Waldron as their pass game coordinator under new head coach Liam Cohen.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. All right, joining us now on the Emerald Pink Casino Sportsbook Hotline, it's Pitching Ninja, a.k.a. Rob Friedman. Rob, how's it going?
It's going great. How about y'all?
Fantastic. Obviously excited to have Cactus League play finally underway. I was driving and heard like a bird chirping the other day up here in Seattle and thought, oh, spring's right around the corner. But obviously we still got to wait about a month until opening day. On that day, who do you anticipate might be the Mariners starter?
Ooh, that's a great question. They have so many options. It's not fair, right?
I know. It's so many choices.
Yeah, I mean, do you go with the senior guy, or you go with Logan Gilbert? I mean, you could go with him too. But you can go with anybody.
Just all of them. Do one per inning, really.
I would do that. It's almost like the Dodgers.
It's like a showcase.
Right. Exactly.
Hey, so word on the street is Munoz added a pitch to his repertoire. Like, he was already difficult to deal with. What does this changeup I keep hearing about do to batters late in the game?
Oh, forget it. Like, it's over. No one's going to be able to hit him. They couldn't hit him anyway, and now he adds another pitch that I saw Brian Woo's reaction to it. The pitch is a kick change. You're going to be hearing a lot about it, not just because Munoz throws it, but it's going to be a hot trend in the league this year. It's a way to throw a really nasty changeup for guys that aren't used to or aren't really able to pronate through the ball. Oh man, it's going to be deadly.
We have been talking with a couple folks. I've asked a lot of pitching analysts this same question, Rob. We've been asking a lot of people like, hey, what do you think George Kirby's ceiling is? Where do you think he goes from here? And it's always so weird. It's a nice feeling knowing there's this elite group of arms here in Seattle. And it always feels so silly being like, how do they improve? But there is room for that, right? Because so many of these guys are so young. So, Rob, I'm going to throw Kirby your way. When you look at George Kirby, where do you see the room for growth or the real potential for a step forward this year, even for someone as wonderful as he is?
I think more knuckleballs is the way to go, but that's just me. No, I'm kidding. I love knuckleballs. I can't help it. But, yeah, there's a fine line between throwing, filling up the strike zone and almost throwing too many strikes that hitters are just comfortable. And I've heard that from hitters they're like, he's got really good stuff, but we know it's going to be in the zone. So occasionally leaving the zone with something nasty, maybe more splits or, more breaking stuff. But I don't know that that's who he is. Like he may just be a pound the zone type of guy. I mean, he hates walking people. So I think it's just a matter of maybe tunneling a little better and figuring out how his pitch mix stitches together a little better. But he definitely has another level to go. I mean, he is a Cy Young quality pitcher, and there's no reason he can't win, one or more in his career.
We love the rotation here in Seattle, but we're getting Brash back as well. What does that do to the bullpen? And then what are some of the challenges he's going to face in this return dealing with the surgery?
Yeah, I mean, Matt Brash is perhaps, at least one of the top handful filthiest pitchers in baseball. Universally, when people are asked, like, who has the best slider in baseball, his name comes up every time I ask somebody. And that was evident from my first seeing him, how nasty he is. The stuff they'll struggle with, I mean, just really getting back up to speed. And, it's always tough recovering from injury and getting that workload back up there. And he was used very heavily, as he should be, because he's so hard to hit. And, you'd want to use him as many times as you can. But I think it's just really getting that workload up there and also making sure, because sometimes the command is the last thing that comes back. And he was never really a command guy. So hopefully dialing that in would be, useful to his success this year. But, oh, man, what a luxury to have that arm back.
Feel free to leave Seattle for this answer. It's just kind of like a random question that I was thinking of when you mentioned, like, best slider. When we talk about best curve or whatever it is, I always just automatically go to best pitch. Rob, if you were to build, let's say, your top three of your rotation with pitchers around the league, who do you have?
Ooh, that is
It's an
really
impossible
good question.
I'm sorry.
It is an impossible question because I think I could do it just with Dodgers pitchers. I think they've assembled perhaps a filthy, they may not have the best staff, but they have the filthiest staff. I mean, you have Dustin May and his breaking balls and his sinker. I mean, I'd have a hard time taking out that. I love Logan Gilbert's splitter. I think it's really, it's a very unique pitch. And then, I mean, you know what? I could just stay with Seattle. I mean, give me Matt Brash's slider, and I'm good.
Hey, we talk about the pitchers, obviously, but there's the man behind the plate that I feel like plays a big role in this. Cal Raleigh. How important has he been in the development of this young rotation?
Thank you for giving him credit, because he is one of maybe three catchers in the league that I watch all the time because of how good he is with the staff. He has a fantastic personality to deal with. He knows what makes every pitcher on the staff tick, and he can get away with some things with some guys and push them, or other guys he has to encourage them. He knows their stuff. He knows what he calls a game based on what he doesn't want to see as a hitter. Like, he knows, the pitches that he'd have trouble with, so he calls them more. He's fantastic in the way he gets the most out of the staff, and he deserves a lot of the credit for how nasty the staff is. Like, I love watching that guy. Great personality too.
I love watching pitchers that are just your classic, like when Felix was at his very best, right? Like, I'm just a classic baseball fan, and I'm like, who's got filthy stuff? Where's like the four-seamer? However, obviously that's not always what makes a great pitcher. Like, maybe some of the all-timers and our all-time greats and Hall of Famers are full of those kinds of guys, but obviously, as a connoisseur of pitches, is there a guy out there, and it could be a former guy who's not in the league anymore, but is there a guy where you're like, this guy never gets the love he deserves because his pitching was just a bit different and people didn't realize how special he was?
Yeah, Dave Stieb, I think, is one guy that, he is a borderline Hall of Famer. And going back, if you look at his stuff, how absolutely ahead of his time he was, throwing basically sweepers before the sweeper was cool. I don't think he gets enough credit for being as absolutely filthy as he was, especially for that time. Just because he didn't throw ridiculous gas, but his stuff was just eye-poppingly nasty.
When did the sweeper become cool? Like, when did that kind of take off, and why?
Yeah, so the sweeper had always been, like, pitchers intermittently threw it. Like, Bob Gibson's slider could be viewed as a sweeper. I mentioned Dave Stieb, David Cohn. But it really took off when we started figuring out seam-shifted wake. So the ability to make a pitch move just because of the seams, which is in the last few years. We're talking about the last 3 years, we could replicate that pitch. So it used to be you try out grips and maybe it would break, maybe it wouldn't, or maybe you just say, oh, that guy has a nasty breaking ball, he's unique. But now we can reverse engineer those pitches because we know how the seams make the ball move. And it was a new force on the baseball that was discovered. You know, the game has been around for how many years? And we just discovered something 3 years ago, like the ball moves a certain way if the seams are in this location. Who knew? Like, that's crazy.
That is crazy. As long as the game's been around, we're just finding things
like
out.
Discovering a new animal.
Yeah.
You're like, this frog's been here the whole time?
The whole time. It's just been looking right at us.
Right.
We haven't seen it. We are enamored by this rotation, man, and I'm excited, but I always like to compare. I'm like, there has to be, I know you mentioned the Dodgers, you said they got a lot of filthy stuff over there, but is there a rotation that you consider would be a rival or could compete with the one that we have over here?
Yeah, I mean, actually, the Dodgers are maybe the only one that I would put in that realm because, again, I think the Mariners have a bunch of consistent, really, really good starters. And we didn't even mention, like, Bryce Miller and Brian Wu, Bryce Miller just develops a new pitch every day, and Brian Wu is really, really hard to hit and a great dude. But the Dodgers have, like, all-time historical filthy guys. You think of, like, Tyler Glasnow, who is one of the more unhittable pitchers in baseball history. Blake Snell, 2 Cy Youngs, and it's disgusting. His curveball is impossible to hit. Shohei back. Then Yamamoto, who is one of the best pitchers ever in Japan. And you're adding Roki Sasaki, who is an all-time great prospect. And then I didn't even mention Dustin May for the sixth starter on that team. So, and then you have Clayton Kershaw maybe and Tony Gonsolin. So yeah, they can go 8 deep, and the 8th pitcher is a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Hey, I want to get back to kind of talking about the evolution of pitching and how recently we've discovered certain things. I think maybe a while ago, Rob talked about big existential questions facing baseball, and I thought it used to be about pitching and about strikeouts and kind of like the how those two things are in contrast right now. But I think now we're looking at CBA stuff and regional sports networks as a big existential question. However, it does still feel like there's this elephant in the room with pitching, with it both being better than we've ever seen, and also in some ways people have big questions about it. For you, this is your world, right? Like, you're an expert with this, and you love it so much. You're clearly passionate about it. What's something where you're like, I love the way that pitching is evolved in this way? And then what to you is maybe a big question about just the direction that it's going?
So, I mean, the new kick change, like, we develop a new pitch every year, and this kick change up is allowing people to have really filthy stuff that before couldn't even throw a good change up. So it's the ability to design pitches that work within your arsenal using the increasing knowledge we have of science and slowing things down to to 1,000 frames or more per second to look at the release points and stuff. So that part's really cool, but it does end up being a little unfair to hitters because hitters are reactive. It's like if this was a normal sport, pitchers would be on offense and hitters would be on defense because pitchers have the ball.
Yeah.
So hitters are counterpunchers, and it's getting harder and harder to be a hitter. Now, will it swing back? Yeah, they have some technology to help fight that, but I think that's really the tension in the game. And it depends. If you love pitching, now is the best time to be a fan. If you don't love pitching, then you're crazy. That's coming from Pitching Ninja.
No, it's fair. It's fair.
Hey, we talk a lot about spin rate and all that good stuff, and there are other factors, especially here in Seattle. Our ballpark is not the friendliest when it comes to the hitters out here. And then we spoke to somebody a couple of weeks ago that said the gravity was different out here. I'm like, how isn't gravity different? Okay, but I'll take your word from it. What have you heard about how the environment here in Seattle affects some of the pitches?
I mean, I think it does. Like, different environments definitely affect pitches, and it could be just even things like the air quality and the density of the air could have something to do with it. But I wouldn't discount how just flat out filthy the pitchers are. I mean, we can make all the excuses in the world, but they would be good throwing pitches on the moon, the Mariners staff. So I've also heard the same thing about San Diego. The pitchers that pitch in San Diego have told me that they get ridiculous movement because of just the air in San Diego. And where it is located, like as far as sea level and stuff. So, every state, this is the beauty of baseball. Like every stadium is just different. But I am not selling out by saying it's the stadium in Seattle. I am saying it is your pitchers.
All right, Rob, I'm going to take a bird's eye view of the Mariners right now. One of the big conversations that we're having locally, this will not be a surprise to you, is whether this team's pitching is elite enough to carry a weak offense into the playoffs. And in theory, we can go, well, of course, like the pitching's so good if your offense does barely enough. But in your opinion, can you have this much imbalance and be a pretty competitive team between offense and pitching?
It's really hard. I would love to see them step up and just improve their offense just a little bit. Yeah. Give your pitcher some help, because it puts so much stress on a pitching staff to be perfect all the time. And them not winning games has nothing to do with the pitchers, because they're so freaking great. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I think it does wear on a staff. When you have to give up 0 runs or 1 run to win a game. You can't do that all the time. So, yeah, I obviously upgrading that would be useful, because there is no reason this team shouldn't be in the postseason. There's just none.
Yeah, it's been, you were not surprised at all. It's been one of the biggest conversations we've had here, because I think last year we entertained the idea of like, well, maybe they're so good. We've never seen a staff quite like this here in Seattle. Maybe they can do it. And I think now it's just like, well, fingers crossed. Julio looks like an MVP. I don't know, but God. Last question for you, just a really, really quick one. You mentioned we didn't spend much time on those last two in the rotation. You're right. We talked a little bit about Miller. You mentioned, God, it feels like he's adding something new every day. Let's wrap up with a question about Brian Wu. What to you is something that makes him so special, right? That a pitch maybe you love watching from him, and then similar question with Kirby, kind of where would you like to see him evolve in 2025?
Well, I would think with Wu, it's really his release point, and he's just got his mechanics almost make him a little like Zach Wheeler-ish, the way he releases the ball, and he's able to live kind of with his fastball, but he's also got really good secondary. So I saw some really nasty sweepers out of him. So it's just experience. He's such a smart dude and such a perfect attitude for a staff. Like, I was thinking, going back to your other question, do you trade anybody? Yeah. And I'm like, no, I love this staff. Don't. They're so good together. They get along really well. It's like having the Braves staff back in the 90s, where you're just looking at potential Hall of Famers. So I don't think you touch them. And I think Kirby, like everybody on the staff talks about Kirby and what a ridiculous athlete he is. And I don't know if you know it looking at him or not, but he is a fantastic athlete. He can do almost anything. So I would just view him as being, living on that athleticism, keep developing, new pitches, different uses for his pitches in the arsenal, just being creative versus just focusing on hitting his spots, because he can do that all day. Like, dude is a dart thrower.
Peacock pitching analyst Rob Friedman, a.k.a. Pitching Ninja, one of the best baseball accounts ever. Absolutely amazing stuff. Rob, thank you so much.
Thanks, Rob.
Well, thanks for having me.
Let's get to 4 Down territory.
This is 4 Down territory, going inside the game. What former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down, what does Mel Kiper's recent mock draft tell you about the New York Football Giants?
Melly Mel got the Giants picking Travis Hunter at number 3. Number 3 overall. This could happen. We shall see, but I thought they would get a quarterback. If this does happen, this means that they're looking at Sam Darnold, Matthew Stafford, and Russell Wilson. They're going to bring over a veteran to run this offense, and the reason why they have to is because they were 27th when it comes to pass attempts. They were 29th when it comes to completion percentage. They were 29th when it comes to passing first downs. Mike Kafka, the offensive coordinator, wants to throw the football. When you have a guy like Malik Neighbors over there, why wouldn't you throw the football? This also tells me that if this is true, this is a mock, so most likely it's not true. But if it is true, then they're going to grab a running back too. We've heard rumors that 25 to 30 running backs could be drafted in this draft alone, making it the highest number when it comes to running backs being drafted since 2016. If this were to go down, I would suggest, if you guys are listening, New York Giants, that Travis Hunter should play defense. I think he has his offensive packages, but I think that as a corner, he will be probably his best self in the NFL, but it'll be nice to team up Malik Neighbors with another wideout. So we shall see there. But I saw this, and I thought to myself, if this is true, that means they're getting a veteran quarterback. They're not going to ride with the quarterbacks that they have. And because Mike Kaplan likes to throw that rock. So we'll see what they do there.
Second down. Who is a coach you are disappointed in, even though his reasoning is legit?
So disappointed, man. So disappointed. And the reason why I'm disappointed is because the tush push has taken over the offseason. Just like kickoff returns did one season, pass interference calls the other season. But now the focus this year is the tush push. What they're trying to do, they're trying to distract us, okay,
From
of
what?
what really matters, which is onside kicks being available before the fourth quarter. All right? They're trying to distract us with
Talk
the
about
tush
the rule
push.
change we do need.
But the coach is Raheem Morris. He's a defensive guy. And I'm disappointed because just from what I know of Raheem, he's like a no-nonsense, just get it done type of guy. This does not reflect that, but I also understand why he feels that way. The Eagles were 39 of 48 when they executed the tush push. Out of the 9 that fell, they converted 8 times after that on the next play for a first down or a touchdown. So they really didn't convert on one of these things. They were 47 of 48. And I think if a guy like Raheem Morris is saying this is impossible to defend, we have to do something about it, then I think you have to look into it. So it's not only the Green Bay Packers who are complaining about it. Now it's the Atlanta Falcons. And I think that most teams in the league probably want something done about this. But I say to them, you just do what they do. Get tush push, get a guy behind your quarterback, give him a little nudge, see if you get the first down, or just don't let him get to 4th and 1, and you might have a chance there. But I was surprised when I saw Raheem Morris pop up when it comes to complaining about the tush push.
Totally agree. Would think that like most old school mentalities in general, even as defensive guys, would be like, then I got to stop it.
Exactly.
Then I got to be like Vic Fangio talking to my defense ahead of a Super Bowl parade about giving up 22 second-half points.
Right.
Third down. Who is a free agent the Seahawks need to sign, and also he isn't being talked about very much?
No one's talking about this young man. He's a free agent this year out of Oklahoma, Trey Brown. The reason why you need him is because he played in some games last year. Nehemiah Pritchett was on the squad. They drafted him last year, and then the young man, DJ James, didn't make the roster. So if you look at the depth chart right now, you got Trey Brown at one corner spot with Nehemiah Pritchett, and then my new favorite player, Bump Cooper Jr.
Not a real name.
Is a player who's on the roster right now for the Seahawks. On the other side, obviously you have Rick Woolen and you have Josh Jobe. We know Kobe can play multiple positions, but you need Trey Brown to be at his best. Obviously Devin Witherspoon is over there at that nickel spot. He could play corner if he needed to. But no, Trey Brown, he had his moments last year where people were on him. He lined up off sides one play and then got taken up top for a touchdown the very next play. I want to say that was against the Rams. I'm not sure. But no, Trey Brown. But other than that, he's been pretty solid. He's good on special teams. And you need depth. And right now there's no depth at the corner position. Last year we came into training camp in the regular season thing, and this is one of the deeper positions on the team. But things happen. Personnel changes, guys get banged up, they get healthy. Trey Brown, they either need to sign Trey Brown or they need to address his position again in the draft. I say you sign him and you still go grab somebody in the draft and see if you can compete.
I've done some digging.
Okay.
Bump's name is
It's Bump.
Ryan.
Why go by Bump?
I don't know. I really want to know. We should ask if we can interview him. They're going to be like, really?
Man,
We're
you
gonna be
can't
like,
go
"We
by
need
Bump.
to."
You ain't no Bump in your last name.
His
your
name
middle
is
name.
Ryan Cooper. He was born in 2001.
Wow.
And his nickname is Bump, so Bump Cooper. But I need to know, like, is Bump like a family name? Like, where'd it come from?
What's going on, man?
What's going on?
I need answers.
Fourth down. Well, Bump, you and I talked with Brock Huard a little earlier, and then mostly we talked about spring training, but we got some football questions in there. What did we learn from Brock?
I like that he said JSN is a 1 because 14 is a 1, meaning a number 1 option at the receiver spot. I think that is completely true. I think DK has been a 1 without a JSN, but now that they can work together in this whole thing, they're going to get each other open. So that's why I think it's so important that you make sure that DK Metcalf is on this roster because he helps JSN. JSN helps him. The other thing he said is that there's more manpower when it comes to details in the run game, and we love that. You know, Kubiak likes the wide zone. They hired a run game coordinator. They hired a run game specialist. They got a new offensive line coach over there. They are not playing when it comes to this run game, and I appreciate that about them because we feel like we know that if the run game gets going, you're good to go. Last thing he said was that thing he didn't like about the Kubiak offense is that once you're behind, it's all bad. 3rd and 8, it's all bad because you lean so much on setting things up with a run. You no longer have the same influence when you're backed up. It's 3rd and 8, 3rd and 7. Everyone knows you're going to throw the football most of the time. But I also saw Kevin O'Connell be so predictable at throwing the football, and they still executed. So they have Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, and a squad over there. So, yeah, those are the things that stood out to me when we talked to Brock Huard.
All right, let's see what's on tonight.
What's on tonight with Bump and Stacy, brought to you by Caesars Sportsbook at Muckleshoot. Now, here's what's on tonight.
The Kraken face the St. Louis Blues tonight. Puck drop is at 5 p.m. Plus, Luka Doncic and the Lakers take on the Mavs at 7 p.m. on TNT. Hype Train coming your way next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
We've been going position group by position group. We move on to safeties, Dave. So you got Julian Love, who's entering the first year of a 3-year extension. He had a great season. You got Kobe Bryant in the final year of his rookie deal. Rayshon Jenkins is the most likely cap casualty here because he's got a $7.9 million cap hit. And if they release him, they save $5.4 million. He had some plays, but he didn't have $7.9 million cap hit plays.
I agree.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
The Gene Simmons Band, live Tuesday, April 8th at Muckleshoot Event Center. He's the God of Thunder. He's going to rock and roll all night and bring you an unforgettable night of head-banging rock and roll. Get tickets now at muckleshootcasino.com. The Gene Simmons Band, only at Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz. Our local tax expert Greg Nunn wants taxpayers to know the IRS is now going after older cases very aggressively. If you received Form CP-504 from the IRS, do not ignore it. Be proactive and resolve your situation with Greg Nunn, N-U-N-N, None Better Tax Resolution.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found at G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just the bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco.
The nonprofit Puget Sound Senior Baseball League plays real baseball on the best fields. The season's first tryout for adults ages 18 to 65 and older is this Sunday, March 2nd at Hogan Park at Russell Road in Kent. With 10 divisions featuring different age and skill levels, there's room for almost every ball player, from ex-Little Leaguers to high school and even former college and pros. Get all the info at pssbl.com. That's pssbl.com.
The wait is over. Hey, it's your old pal, the Graz here, inviting you to come celebrate the grand reopening of Jackson Park's driving range. They are throwing a party and everyone is invited. They'll have new range balls, mats and targets, music on the range, and face painting for the kids, so bring the whole family. Free top tracer all weekend long as well. That's right, free top tracer all weekend long as well. How about free 10-minute lessons after 2 p.m., food specials, and of course plenty to drink. All day Saturday, the grand reopening of Jackson Park's spanking new driving range.
I started Davis Law Group in 1994 to fight for the underdog. And as our team has grown, we've stayed true to that mission. Today, Davis Law Group is known for providing excellent service and even better results. Visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com to get your free book on car accident law.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out, because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, Bill! Got a leak? Need heat? Call Southwest today.
Southwest Plumbing, the one to call.
Well, one of the best parts of being at spring training is seeing how physically impressive the professional athletes are up close. It's Mike Salk here, and coming off a long off season with something to prove, it's so clear these guys are in peak physical condition after months of hard work. Now, us regular folk may not have quite the same resources, time, or money to devote to our diet and exercise. But what if I told you you could be in the best shape of your life, just like some of these guys are, in only 45 days? That's all it takes after losing almost a pound a day with the help of Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. It worked for me. 10 pounds in the first week, 35 pounds after just 8 short weeks. I felt healthy. I was eating delicious, fresh meals, no pills, no injections, didn't even need to exercise. Find out if you can do it. A 15-minute call is all it takes. No obligation. Schedule it right now at EastsideWeightLossClinic.com. You got nothing to lose other than all that extra weight. Go to EastsideWeightLossClinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at ProSculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's ProSculpt.com.
This hour is brought to you by Mazda of Everett.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Get your questions in for What I Need to Know. It's coming your way in 15 minutes. I have a really good one from Friday that we didn't get to yesterday, or excuse me, from Thursday that we didn't get to yesterday because it was a short show and we'd run out of time. But that's going to kick things off. But I could use a lot more questions. So get those sent in, 866-979-3776, please. And thank you. Right now, let's head to the station for Hype Train. All right, we heard some sound earlier in NFL headlines from ESPN's Adam Schefter, and he said he thinks the Bengals could tag and then trade T. Higgins. This is kind of a weird Hype Train. So a T. Higgins trade will not be the biggest, most shocking offseason NFL move.
Man, all right, so you got to talk about what other free agents are out there, or maybe a trade to go down. Matthew Stafford has to be a big one. You also have to look at maybe
Myles
like
Garrett.
Mack,
it would be
Myles Garrett.
Exactly.
I think Myles Garrett is the biggest one, but the Browns have made it clear that they don't want to move Myles Garrett. So I'm going to say T. Higgins has to be the biggest one move. It sounds like they're going to franchise tag him, then they're going to move him. He is a number one type of receiver who can help a franchise right now. So I'm going to say, am I on this or off this? I don't think
you're
I
on
think
this.
I'm on it. T.
Or no, you're off it. You're off it. You're off it.
All right, I'm off. Come on, conductor. What am I doing? Where am I going?
Will not be the biggest. Yeah. Yes, you're off it.
All right.
I know. I phrased it kind of weirdly, but the point is there a deal that you could see happening bigger than a T. Higgins trade, which Adam Schefter thinks will happen? For you, it's like, in theory, but I don't think those pieces are actually being moved, so T. Higgins would be the biggest name.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Curtis, a T. Higgins trade will not be the biggest or most shocking NFL offseason move. You're only boarding the train if you think Matthew Stafford,
bigger.
Myles Garrett, like those big names are getting moved.
I think some of them are. So I am boarding this train. I think the biggest name that does get moved this offseason is Myles Garrett. I think Myles Garrett gets traded simply because I think he's going to raise too big of a stink, and Cleveland's going to be like, well, look, we tried everything, Browns fans. He just didn't want to come back. So I think Myles Garrett finds himself on another roster by the start of week one. T. Higgins trade, while it would be a big move in the NFL, I don't necessarily view it as like a franchise-changing move. I think he would add maybe a win or two to a team, but I don't know if he's going to take a team that is bad or a team that's kind of mid to like Super Bowl contender. So I don't think he will be the biggest move in the offseason.
I think Matthew Stafford is getting traded So I will board this train. Normally I'm very conservative and I'd be with Bump being like, I think this is all fodder. I think this is a way for the Rams to just figure out what number to offer Matthew Stafford. And I think that this is a move for Myles Garrett to get more guaranteed money. You know what I mean? But I don't know. The Matthew Stafford stuff's escalating, and maybe having, Greg Rosenthal on with us changed my mind a little bit on the reality of that. I didn't think it was actually going to happen until we talked with him, and he was like, no, I think this not only has legs, but it's feeling kind of real. So I think it's going to end up being Stafford. Next up, forget about these other teams. Let's talk about the Seahawks' next move. It's not going to be acquiring one of these guys probably, but it will be signing Ernest Jones to an extension. If you think that's their next move, you're boarding this train.
It better be the next move.
Bump is boarding.
Come on, man. We know what he did to this defense once he figured it all out and allowed Dotson to kind of move on. And where'd Dotson go? To the Dolphins? Yeah, Dotson went to the Dolphins. Let Tyrese Knight step up and get some valuable reps. Ernest Jones, Leo, and J Love, the center of this defense. All right, it's that important. You need to sign Ernest Jones. It will be their next move. I think with Geno, you can kind of wait and prolong this to kind of see what happens elsewhere. With DK, you can wait a bit longer, but Ernest Jones needs to be signed right now. It's going down.
The Seahawks' next move will be an Ernest Jones extension. Bump is boarding. Curtis, are you? I'm
boarding, and I think they need to make this move in earnest to sign him. Get it?
Oh, I got it, because Ernest
Ernest
Jones, but they're making it in earnest.
Thank you. But yeah, they got to do it. They absolutely got to do it. Mainly so that he stopped subtweeting people. I didn't understand where that came from.
I didn't either.
I thought Ernest was a great guy. I've never heard once that he's a locker room
We did have a listener earlier who said, there has to be at least a discussion worth having considering he's been traded from two separate teams. And I hear that. But I've never heard anything off the record. And if I had heard something off the record, I'd be talking about it strategically. You'd hear me doing a lot of, you never know what someone's like in a locker room. But I have not heard anything. And Bump, who's more well-connected than I am, has not heard anything. So, I don't know. Maybe there are some...
Weird.
Yeah,
it's
so instead I just assume, the Rams needed to make a deal and the Titans were having a fire sale.
Yeah.
I don't know. That also makes sense to me. Next up. I'm talking about the tush push again, but here we go. From the NFL Scouting Combine, we do have some sound. I'll read it to you. From Nick Sirianni. Obviously, it's his turn to address all this talk about the tush push. He says it's a little unfair that people are angling to have the tush push ban because it's a highly successful play for Philly. And he said he's kind of insulted by the idea that it's automatic and doesn't require skill. He's like, this is ridiculous. We practice this all the time. We work really, really hard on this. And he's right. You're boarding if you think this play should not be banned.
Don't get to 31. Don't get to 4th and 1. Get lower. Lowest man wins. Look at the ball. I don't know. Do all of that stuff. I'm not getting rid of this play.
Bumps boarding.
I think that this is football. Move the ball. By any means necessary, that is legal. This is a legal play. Stop crying. Do better on 1st, 2nd down. You'll be fine.
I kind of hear him being like, it's a little insulting, people being like, then they go out there and they run this play as though we don't have to have stuff to play off of it. Mm-hmm. We don't have to, build up to it. The idea that we just press a button and go instead of, no, it requires years of training and workouts and strength conditioning. Curtis, are you boarding this train? It's just that the tush push should not be banned.
I'm boarding, yeah. There's no play in football that is more really the essence of football than this play. This is bringing it back to leather helmets. This is bringing it back to wool uniforms, guys smoking cigarettes on the sidelines, guys having factory jobs in the off season. That's what this play brings it back to. So yeah,
smoking cigarettes in the off season. I'm boarding this train as well. All aboard this one. I'm sorry, and it's not even. Bump, earlier you pointed that Gutekunst was maybe covering for his team, and you're right. I was remembering then the quotes from the team president being like, it requires no skill. And I think it's like a business point of view versus a GM point of view, with the GM being like, okay, it requires skill, but now I got to play nice because my boss wants it banned. It's just lame. Next up, I'm getting back to the Matthew Stafford move. Matthew Stafford will be a New York Giant.
The Giants, man, I'm going to say, because the Rams don't really want to pay this man that much money, because they don't feel like he's going to be around much longer in the NFL, they want to try to cut their costs, and I think they feel like they can get a veteran quarterback elsewhere that is cheaper and bring him in and have him run that offense. I think they want to keep Matthew Stafford, though, but I think he's gone. I think he is with the Giants, and he's getting $50 million a year.
Matthew Stafford will be a New York Giant. Curtis, you said you thought the biggest offseason deal would end up being Myles Garrett. You think Stafford goes to New York?
I do. I think it's going to be a crazy offseason. And I think Matthew Stafford ends up with, I think they call him the Big Blue. Yeah, the Giants. Yes, it happens. He's slinging it to Malik Neighbors next season. I don't know if this turns the Giants into a threat in the NFC East, because with Philly, with Washington, it probably makes them, I mean, does it even make them the third best team in the NFC East?
Well, does that become the Cowboys then? Is it the Cowboys or the Giants who are going to be the third best team in the East?
I feel like the Giants have a much bigger hole to dig themselves out of than the Cowboys.
I mean, a
Cowboys
healthy Dak with a
talent.
good season is
Yeah, you got
fine.
Parsons, you got Diggs, you got CeeDee Lamb there. The cupboard is not as bare in Dallas as it is in New York.
Yeah. All right, get your questions in for What I Need to Know. Any question, send it our way, 866-979-3776. One more bit of information here. In partnership with Virginia Mason Franciscan Health and the Nick of Time Foundation, the Seahawks are hosting the second annual free youth heart screening event at Virginia Mason Athletic Center in Renton. This is going to be Saturday, March 8th. This is a public event providing screenings to youth ages 12 to 24 in hopes of detecting heart abnormalities and giving them the knowledge that could save a life. Don't wait. Spots are limited. Register today at vmfh.org/Seahawks. Again, questions in for What I Need to Know. It's coming your way next.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
We are now speaking with the architect of your Seattle Seahawks.
How we doing, football fans? With Seahawks President of Football Operations and General Manager John Schneider.
My job is to do what's best for the Seattle Seahawks organization. I have to keep wrapping my mind around that and trying to communicate effectively.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
What's the standard the Seahawks defense needs to be held to under Mike McDonald?
The John Schneider Show.
Brought to you by Pizza Hut.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi, my daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through March 4th, get fast, reliable Xfinity Gig Internet for $25 a month for 1 year with no annual contract and Wi-Fi equipment included when you add an unlimited mobile line. And ask how to get an eligible free 5G phone with trade-in. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires private postpone and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced mobile speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds and actual internet speeds vary.
Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports. Featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at emeraldqueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Progressive knows finding your new home was a dream come true. You wanted a walk-up with central air and a skylight, and you found it. Now, every Friday night, you get to fall asleep to the sound of your downstairs neighbors' dance parties. Progressive can't save you from your noisy neighbors, but we can save you money when you bundle your home and auto with us. Get a quote at progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
Calling all pickleballers, Champions of Change and Safeway announced a multi-city pickleball tournament, including celebrity games with Seahawk legends Doug Baldwin, Mike Bennett, Cliff Averill, and more. In collaboration, Nourishing Champions campaign will be raising awareness and accepting donations to provide nutritious foods for student athletes in under-resourced high schools. You can help by donating at your local Safeway checkout. Open to all. The tournaments are in Seattle, Lacey, and Spokane. Register today at championsofchangefoundation.org/pickleball.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Hello. Welcome to Lee Johnson Auto Family. This is King. This organization's a special one. They call it the Lee Johnson Auto Family, and it's not just a name, it's not just some cliche. They foster an environment for us to become a family, to work together, to really become close, and they show us in a lot of different ways that they do value us. Is it perfect? No place is. But I've been very thankful to be here in the almost 10 years and have every plan to stay here for a lot longer and just watch it continue to grow.
He's fun and professional, which explains why so many people visiting Lee Johnson Kia ask for him by name. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Oh, man, the freezing cold, it's here. All you want to do is get inside out of it, right? But you're not the only one. You know who else wants to be inside warm? Rats, mice, rodents. Yeah, Mike Salk here, and as temperatures drop, rats, mice, other rodents, they're looking for a cozy spot. They want to make a home, maybe reproduce. But the result for your house could be a smelly mess and, even worse, destroyed insulation. Your crawl space and attic can be out of sight and out of mind, but real issues can arise without you knowing about it until far too late. Yeah, we had some rodents in the house. Crawl Pros came out, and they took care of the problem, dealt with the insulation, dealt with the rodents. Mice and rats only need a very small hole in the siding or foundation walls to make a huge mess, so call Crawl Pros. They will come out and go where you don't want to. Call them to see what's going on behind those crawl space and attic hatches for free. If you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, schedule a free corner-to-corner inspection at crawlpros.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Get your questions in for What I Need to Know, 866-979-3776. I saved this one from Friday, so this is one old question, and then I have some new ones. My sister-in-law is nice, says one listener, but a bad house guest. She asked to stay with 3 people at our house for 4 separate long weekends over the next 4 months. We don't want to be inhospitable, but this seems likely to end in issues. How do we respond? So she's a bad house guest. No, that you're cool with her. She's your sister-in-law, but she's a bad. Maybe she leaves a mess. I need more details from this listener.
4 separate weekends?
4 separate long weekends over the next 4 months. So at least
like
once a month, your maybe messy, rude, loud sister-in-law is bringing 3 friends over to stay at your place.
That's crazy. You just gotta talk. Just say something.
Yeah.
You don't have to be like aggressive when you say it, but be 100. These are the things that are bothering me, and this is the situation.
Yeah.
Just be an adult.
Yeah.
Have the
Are you
conversation.
bringing a group of 4?
Uh-huh.
Why don't you just Airbnb that?
I don't get, right? Split the costs? Like, what are we doing?
Nah, you gotta just say what's on your mind.
I'm thinking of like my college days when it was just me and a bunch of girls, and it's like, you want to go somewhere, how hard is it for you guys to like split 2 rooms? You know?
Exactly.
It's, yeah. I think that you have a couple choices. First of all of us are right in line with being like, it is perfectly within reason for you to say no.
It's your house.
It's your house. But if you want, you can blame it on if you guys have kids, being like, oh, it actually disrupts their sleep, or they actually have we're having a little party for one of the kids or whatever. Like, just, you can lie, you can come up with excuses, but I don't think, say something, because I would not want once a month 4 people in my house that I don't want there.
No.
Even if they're family and you love them, like, if they're bad house guests, or under one circumstance, you tell her, hey, I'm cool with you staying here, but you guys leave a huge mess. You're up late, whatever. You party.
Talk to them.
Yeah.
Set your rules.
I need this same listener, if you're listening, to please tell me. I need to know what she does.
Well, it's long weekends, so we're talking at least 3 days.
Yeah, like a Labor Day weekend style. I need to know what she does that makes her a bad house guest. I want more
With that
info.
many stopovers, I think you're within your right to also ask, hey, can
For
you pitch in
money?
on the grocery bill a little bit?
Yes.
If you're not paying room and board, you might want to help out with the groceries. That's a lot of mouths to feed.
What I need to know, what are the chances of Matthew Stafford coming to Seattle? I love Geno, but Stafford, I feel, would be an upgrade.
Ain't happening. Stop. Just don't even go down that path. It's not going down.
Stop and turn around.
No.
It's not happening. What I need to know, who is Seattle's biggest rival in any sport? That's a good one. I think it would still be seen as the 49ers, even though it doesn't necessarily feel like that.
Yeah, I just hella one-sided.
Yeah.
It feels like.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's them or the
Not the last
Astros.
time they played, though.
Portland, potentially, but I don't
Sonics
know.
Blazers never had any hatred towards each
Oh,
other.
I was thinking Timbers.
Yeah,
But maybe,
Timbers,
I don't know.
Sounders.
It feels
That's a
like
big
it's
one.
still, it feels like it's still ultimately 49ers.
I was hoping that the Kraken and Colorado Avalanche would have developed that. I hated them in that series. Cale Makar. Oh,
Yeah.
what he did to Jared McCann. Hate that guy.
What I need to know, Bump, what was it actually like to suit up and play in front of the 12s?
It was dope. We sucked, but it was dope. It's a great time. Made some money. Won a game or two.
What's the earliest in a game you thought, I think we lost this game?
Oh, man.
Do you remember?
By halftime. You're like, oh, we're not winning this game.
Okay.
We
It was
played the
never
Green
over
Bay
by like the first
Packers.
quarter.
Nah, I mean, we were bad, but we're still professionals.
What was your first NFL game that you guys won that you can
First
remember?
one I played in
Yeah?
against the Rams.
Was that your return, or was that your touch? When was your touchdown?
That was my touchdown.
Nice.
Yep.
That's awesome. Do you have like any feelings about the Rams tied to that at all, where you're like, I did beat you one time?
No.
No.
I didn't play long enough to be like, I hate this team.
You went
No.
further than a lot of us, Bump. All right, what I need to know. Who would be the Rams quarterback if they did trade Stafford?
On their roster now, they got Jimmy and Stetson. It wouldn't be either of those guys. I think that they would.
Someone we don't know yet.
Yeah, someone out there, Kirk Cousins, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah. Let's see. What I need to know. What 2 to 4 countries y'all think should play in the NFL if they were to expand?
It's got to be England because you go to London all the time.
Germany?
Germany. We'll see
Canada?
what Spain looks
Yeah.
like. Yeah, Canada would be cool. I don't think Canada will want an NFL team because it would take away from their CFO people, maybe.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
there's a lot of Bills fans in the like Toronto area. I think, and also Lions fans as well.
That's 2 to 4. We answered with 3 quick ones. 866-979-3776. Houston Astros were another popular answer from people on the text line. I think Houston is smug and sees it as also one-sided, whereas at least at one point the 49ers hated the Seahawks. What I need to know, what's the status on Matt Brash? Could he be ready for the season opener?
Supposed to, right?
Sounds like late April.
Yeah.
Yeah.
866-979-3776. Someone said the Thunder, a rival though, or just a team we hate?
We've never played against them.
Yeah.
Against OKC.
I think more like a team we don't like.
I would imagine the very first time OKC plays in Seattle, there will be a lot of boos that night. It'll be a great scene, but can't really say it's a rivalry when you've never played each other.
Someone said that family should charge the sister-in-law money to stay there.
You should. She's bringing people over like that?
4 separate long weekends of a group of like 4 people.
You think about it, that's like that could be 12 days or 16 days,
It could
depending
be-
on how long
yeah,
these
it could be
weekends are.
16,
We're talking
yeah.
like 2 weeks of staying at your place, and she's presumably eating your food, making
just
a
her,
mess,
but like her
being
friends are eating
loud.
your food.
Maybe they're playing music. And you know what? If it's your sister-in-law, maybe your partner's the one that needs to address this and be like, why don't you tell them, why is it me? Why is this a we thing? What do you mean we? What do you mean us? It's your sister. Let's see. What I need to know. I had one here about Devin Witherspoon for you. Why was Witherspoon sent on fewer blitzes in 2024 than he was in 2023? It seems like we missed out on some good opportunities.
Because they didn't trust the back end, maybe. I don't know. It's such a game plan type of question that you have to look at tendencies of your opponents. You can't just look at the full year and say, well, we did it last. And what opportunities are you talking about? Like, it's not as simple as he didn't blitz enough, so we missed opportunities. For every action, there's a reaction, and maybe they didn't like the reaction if Devin was going according to down distance formation, opponent, quarterback. There's a lot that goes into that.
It could be that they also really liked blitzing with the guys that they had. Like Derek Hall had a massive training camp, right? There were conversations we were having about some of these guys. Hey, Uchenna, he's going to be getting back healthy before he was hurt again. But it could be that they wanted to see, like, what do we have with our front seven? What do we have with these young guys?
So
all
deep.
kinds of stuff.
That's so many layers to that.
Yeah. All right, you guys. This has been Bump and Stacy. If you missed any part of the show, make sure you check out the Bump and Stacy podcast on Apple, Spotify, Google Play, or SeattleSports.com. For Michael Bumpus, Curtis Rogers, Matt Nelson, I'm Stacy Ross. Wyman and Bob coming your way next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
We've been going position group by position group. We move on to safeties, Dave. So you got Julian Love, who's entering the first year of a 3-year extension. He had a great season. You got Kobe Bryant in the final year of his rookie deal. Rayshon Jenkins is the most likely cap casualty here because he's got a $7.9 million cap hit. And if they release him, they save $5.4 million. He had some plays, but he didn't have $7.9 million cap hit plays.
I agree.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Brock Huard here for my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen. And PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
The nonprofit Puget Sound Senior Baseball League plays real baseball on the best fields. The season's first tryout for adults ages 18 to 65 and older is this Sunday, March 2nd at Hogan Park at Russell Road in Kent. With 10 divisions featuring different age and skill levels, there's room for almost every ball player, from ex-Little Leaguers to high school and even former college and pros. Get all the info at pssbl.com. That's pssbl.com.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz. Our local tax expert Greg Nunn wants taxpayers to know the IRS is now going after older cases very aggressively. If you received Form CP-504 from the IRS, do not ignore it. Be proactive and resolve your situation with Greg Nunn, N-U-N-N, None Better Tax Resolution.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Up top, Bike Shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messethorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
When it comes to great deals on tax prep, Jackson Hewitt isn't holding back, and neither is this commercial. Their offer is so big, it has to be said with Reverb. Expert tax prep for $149 or less. It's a deal so spectacular, it needs a symphony, some explosions, and a clock ticking, because this offer, $149 or less, ends soon. One expert tax prep for $149 or less? Try Jackson Hewitt today and save. Whew. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Guys, your testosterone level impacts your energy, drive, weight, hair loss, and even ED. Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your T level for free. For your free T